They didn't set a mic up, so I think I have to stay down. Yes. I was like, I don't know where else. Because there is a cord.
You're okay.
So people just won't see my beautiful guitar. I don't just say
I can't move that right now.
no. It's also has the microphone.
Yeah.
No, it'll fit. So long as I guess I should
stand here. I'm not going to. We'll just start. You'll start. Do a little bit of an intro piece before that, and then they'll walk in, and then like yeah, something from I don't know. You know any Hendrix?
Only purple days.
I'll give you Spaceship Superstar.
That Spaceship Superstar is I opened for them one time, and they were.
Did you have a solar powered laser beam guitar?
No, but they put on an amazing show, even at the age they were. It was crazy.
Yeah, what's up? Murders. Goes back like this. He's like, and then he comes back out like an old man. In the 70s. Now, not in the 70s.
I seen John, Cheaper just maybe last year or something. Yeah, but they could have their stages with that's pretty amazing.
Good, you're all set?
I think so.
I don't
I've
think
played this guitar before. All we can do is
You got this.
and if it doesn't, then we just go like this.
But just, I'll introduce you after.
Okay.
So we can start with
I just remembered I forgot my coffee in my truck at home at the airport.
Where's home?
No.
Of course, I'd rather get it right now instead of showtime.
It's a whole one song that's made to
Oh, it's awesome.
not so terrible.
Okay, so I think my level might be up, so this might make a sound here. Do you have a plug in here? Or is this just. Oh,
No, nothing.
on the back there, and then I'm going to start getting the levels ready. If you're happy to just keep going, I'll give you a thumbs up.
I'm, I'm just doing a little sound check.
Steps are indecisive.
Oh, it's okay. It's coming out? Yay? Okay. Awesome.
You're welcome. Just so that you know, this is outside of the middle of a grand entry. We're gonna have she's gonna sing again. Then we're gonna have it's just Diane's gonna come with these over. And we're gonna have her sing. And it's gonna be Alec Aaron from Musqueam Nation, Video Immersion Canada. We're playing. And then BC. And then I'm literally gonna go straight into Good morning. This is a good meeting.
You're welcome.
Ready, my
I always remember one of the elders so I always have that like drilled in my head. It's a great honor.
Wondering when you're going to get here.
Thank you very much.
All right. So, well,
I didn't mean to start breaking it up. We got flags upstairs, so
yeah.
Thank you very much.
I ordered one from that
Yeah. Oh yeah. They got the magic. I'll make up my own, just like I do every year when we get the new version of the Kumko. Yeah.
So, there you go.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Can I get everybody to take their seats, please? Ask everybody to come in and take their seats. So we're going to start. All right, well, grand entry will begin as soon as the music starts. It'll be played in by the Métis National Anthem from Loretta King, Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan, from the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan, Western Region 1.
So will they hear me when I start it? Thank you. In the forest, on the river, and across the western plains, as the white man journeyed westward to the land of the Indian, a new race
was created, a new nation rose up strong. Hardship bears its destiny, and it's cursed to not belong. In the land from which they came, in the land they helped to build, they found themselves the alien, found their visions unfulfilled. And despite their valiant efforts to defend what they believe, when at last the battle ended, they were only left to grieve. We are proud to be Métis, watch our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadians. For the newest generation and the future ones to come, with the past to motivate us, it will help to keep us strong. And as we build this Métis nation, as we watch it rise again, our past loss is motivation to inspire future gain. We are proud to be Métis, watch our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadians. We are proud to be Métis, watch our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadians.
Thank you, Loretta. My name is Guy Friedman, and I am from Flin Flon, Manitoba, Chief of Staff to the President of the Métis National Council. Welcome today. I'm going to call now upon our elder, Diane Lundwig from the Grandmothers Council, to do the opening prayer.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very humbled to be standing up here and saying the opening prayer. I'm so proud to see all our Métis people standing up there. It brings joy to my heart. It really does. I've waited to see this for a long time, and now it's happening. Thank you, Creator. First of all, I would like to acknowledge the First Nations, Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh. I hope that I said that right. And to the Métis Nation of British Columbia, North Fraser Métis Association, to all the veterans that are here today, our elders, and to all the youth, welcome. Miukisagawa manus. Samina, a beautiful day to share with one another as we are one to work together. Thanking Creator God, Ximantu, for every day of your life, for bringing us together. There's a reason why we are here today together, to be compassionate with one another, to listen, to love, and to accept one another, to help each other in their daily walk. Achkamimok, don't ever give up. Those are the words that my mushroom always used to tell me. Don't ever give up what you want. Don't ever give up in what you believe in. And that's a word that we should always, always remember. It doesn't matter who you're walking with or who you're talking with. Achkamimuk. Sagahituin is another one. We were so loved as little children. And our grandmother always used to tell me, Sagahiten nosem, every day that I walked with her. Love one another, work together, help one another. You are here for a purpose. Trust each other. Sometimes it's really hard to trust, but try. Mostly, always remember to be humble and kind, and may Creator and the grandfathers from the four directions walk with you every day. Hi, hi.
We have some remarks from a few folks. We're going to begin with a representative from Musqueam Nation, Alec Guerin, be followed by video remarks from some Canadian representatives. And then I'm going to call upon Walter Minault from British Columbia before I proceed with delegate roll call. Alec Guerin.
Nasiya Tolnaka Quinasqui Tanitanat Muthquim. I Tanish Quellowen Quans E Quatsnala. Amid Sep Quathuilum E Tanash Muthquiamat Tammo. Tashwaamets Tas Hunkaminum Gun. E Tlu Tash Alaquast to Squami. E to Salil Watash Masteo. Siatalitson Haichka. My friends and relatives, my ancestral name is Tolnaka. My English name is Alec Guerin, and I'm from Musqueam. I'm extremely happy to be here today. This work that I do from time to time, welcoming people to our territory, it's a continuation of work that my ancestors did, defending the mouth of the Fraser. Historically, people like my great-grandfather Kayaplano, the warrior, he had a fort at the mouth of the Fraser. And if people were coming into the territory, he would make sure that they were coming in a good way, being respectful to those who are here and being respectful to the land. And if they were, he would welcome them. I have the great privilege to be able to continue that work today. And normally, when I go out into our territory and I do this work, it's for non-Indigenous people. So it's really exciting for me to be here today because historically we welcomed other Indigenous people from other territories to our territory. So I think today is much closer to what my great-grandfather did. The Crown has done a lot of work, put in a lot of hours trying to separate us from each other in our communities, but from each other on a national scale. We're forced to fight for every little bit of resource, every little bit of acknowledgement. But we're finally starting to enter that era they're calling the era of reconciliation. And I think it's wonderful that as we move into that era, we're acknowledging each other. We're standing united. So it's my great honor and privilege on behalf of my ancestors, my elders, and my people to welcome you to the unceded territory of the Hunkaminam speaking people of Musqueam. And I'd like to thank Elder Diane for acknowledging that territory. It's always important for me to hear when I go out and do those welcomes. It's not always acknowledged. Sometimes they just give the floor to the Musqueam person. They don't acknowledge that first. So it really lifted up my heart that you were acknowledging that territory. Haichka, Siatamatsan. Also like to acknowledge the overlapping claims of our relatives from Squamish and Salilwatosh. I think I'll leave it there, otherwise I'll be standing here all day waxing poetical to you. So I just want to say once again that it's my privilege to be here and welcome you to our territory. And I hope that your guys' assembly today is a fruitful and enjoyable one. Haitsapka, Haichka.
Thank you, Alec, for your welcome to this territory and for really talking about those relationships that our communities are building with our relatives. And so thank you so much for coming and starting us off in a really good way.
And now remarks from Canada. The video.
Tansei, hello, bonjour. Je vous remercie de m'avoir permis de dire quelques mots à l'occasion de votre Assemblée générale annuelle. Et je remercie aussi la présidente Cassidy Caron de son invitation. C'est toujours un plaisir de parler avec les membres de la nation métisse. As a proud Métis from St. Boniface, where our leader Louis Riel was born and now rests, I understand the rich, unique histories and perspectives of Métis in this country. And it was a pleasure to join President Caron on Parliament Hill just last week as parliamentarians honored and celebrated Riel's election to the House of Commons, even though he never took his seat in the chamber. En tant que le ministre des Affaires du Nord et ministre responsable de Prairies-Can et de Can-Nord, j'ai voyagé dans tous les coins du Nord canadien et des Prairies. En cours de route, j'ai rencontré de nombreux membres de la nation métisse et je leur ai parlé des priorités de notre communauté. We're continuing to make historic investments in distinctions-based housing funding. For example, this past budget included $190 million in distinctions-based funding to Métis. While I'm very proud to bring a unique perspective to the cabinet table, we're also adopting a whole-of-government approach to addressing Indigenous issues and advancing reconciliation. We're committed to continuing to work with President Caron and the Métis National Council to advance reconciliation and your visions for a stronger, brighter future for all Métis. A critical part of this relationship is recognizing the independence of Métis governing bodies like MNC and making progress on your many priorities like adequate and affordable housing, as well as sustainable infrastructure in our communities, while continuing to make life more affordable. Merci encore de m'avoir invité à dire quelques mots aujourd'hui et je vous souhaite une assemblée réussie. Merci beaucoup, and thank you. Kansei, hello, bonjour. Je vous remercie de m'avoir permis de dire quelques mots à l'occasion de votre assemblée.
Encore.
Bonjour. Thank you, President Cassidy Caron, for this kind invitation and to the leadership and members from across the Métis Nation who are gathering today. I'm so sorry I can't be with you in person, but I do thank you for giving me time to drop in virtually to your annual general meeting. I'm here on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people, an area enriched by Métis contributions for generations. The Métis National Council has and continues to be a strong advocate and voice across the Métis Nation, and we are listening to your vision, to your leadership, and to your direction. And we're also committed to strengthening our government-to-government relationship. There is still much to do, including things like improving access to high-quality health services, building affordable and sustainable housing, and many other things. I want to thank you for your efforts in building this strong foundation to make progress together on addressing these gaps. I know our Parliamentary Secretary, Vance Badaway, as well as officials from Indigenous Services Canada joined you last week at the National Health Forum in Gatineau. And gatherings like these are so important to build better understandings, better connections, and to have those important discussions together that will move things forward. The federal government will continue to work with you and with organizations across the country that deliver services for Métis and are responsive to Métis needs. And we'll continue to make investments to support the work of closing infrastructure gaps with a particular focus on speeding up investments in Métis housing. And investments are really just one part of that solution. Across the board and for too long, the government had decided that it had all the solutions. Instead, we need to do better in listening to you, to all Indigenous partners, on what the path forward looks like and the best way to do it. There's still so much work to do, but the federal government will be there to support you every step of the way. We'll be there as we renew our relationships, close gaps, and advance reconciliation based on your priorities, your visions of a better future, your knowledge. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words at your meeting today. Merci, miigwech. Thank you, merci.
Tanse, hello, bonjour. I'd like to thank Métis National Council President Cassidy Caron for inviting me to share a few words today at your annual General Assembly. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there in person, but I'm joining you from Ottawa on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. This July, I met with representatives from MNC's governing members at the 50th annual Back to Batoche celebration and was really pleased to be there in person. The Métis Nation of Saskatchewan did a wonderful job in organizing this celebration with so many activities. I especially enjoyed the bison harvesting demonstration. It offered an opportunity to speak with many elders, survivors, youth, and leaders of the Métis Nation, including President Caron. Each of these conversations allowed me to learn more about the Métis Nation, those priorities, and what our future looks like together. You can't visit Batoche without remembering the Battle of Batoche that occurred in 1885. As we approach the anniversary of Louis Riel's passing, I am reminded of this message that inspires so many Métis citizens, that your land, your culture, and your right to self-government must be preserved. I'm also reminded of his message to the Canadian government to talk to Indigenous communities and to actually hear your voices. These messages are just as important today as they were when Louis Riel first delivered them. Reconciliation can only happen when government listens to you, follows your guidance, and addresses your priorities. To ensure our journey towards reconciliation follows your priorities and the ways you see fit, we've implemented the permanent bilateral mechanism, which supports and respects the unique priorities and interests of Métis Nation. For example, we're working closely together on the next steps to implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This includes the constructive joint work that's currently underway at the national level with each governing member as part of the overall consultation and engagement process. This is a critical opportunity to work together on concrete measures to address injustices, combat prejudice, and eliminate systemic racism and discrimination. Since 2019, we've signed 3 self-government agreements in principle, and our work to advance your visions of self-determination have continued, thanks to negotiations at various recognition of Indigenous rights discussion tables. There have also been major developments for Métis Nation infrastructure. Under budget 2022, $190 million was allocated to support Métis communities to address their housing needs. This will build on budget 2018 investments, which has helped partners build, buy, or renovate housing units and provided annual rental supports and subsidies. Another priority you've identified is having your truths recognized and supporting survivors and communities on their healing journey. For decades, survivors have called for the Pope to acknowledge and apologize for the abuses of children endured while forced to attend residential schools. With the advocacy of Métis survivors, elders, and leaders, those calls were answered when Pope Francis personally apologized this summer during his visit to Canada. This apology was not only a step towards reconciliation and fulfilling the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's Calls to Action 38, but it was an important part of the healing journey for many Indigenous peoples and communities across Canada. Our government also shares your concern for the high incidence of violence against Indigenous women and girls. Ending this national crisis is a top priority, which is why we remain committed to our work with Les Femmes Chief Otipemisiwak to implement the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls 2S LGBTQIA+ People's National Action Plan. I'd like to acknowledge the efforts by Métis women, girls, and Two-Spirited peoples across Canada that contribute to the report of Weaving Miskitoha and the work at the grassroots level to ensure Métis women, girls, and Two-Spirited people feel protected and safe. It's been 137 years since Louis Riel's passing, and we finally heard the message. Reconciliation isn't possible without your active participation and voices. While this took our government far too long to understand, and while much work is still needed, we've come a long way. The Métis National Council is a highly valued partner by the Government of Canada, and I remain committed to listening to you as we work together to advance our joint priorities and renew our government-to-government relationship. I look forward to hearing about your deliberations and your advice so that we can continue our path of reconciliation together. Merci, miigwech, thank you, merci.
And now I'd like to welcome the representative from our host nation, Métis Nation, British Columbia, Vice President Walter Minot.
Morning, everyone. You're going to have to bear with me. I just got put into this position here. First of all, I'd like to send regrets from our president who has taken ill today, so that's why she's not here today. So she's on her way home to hopefully recover, so we're wishing her all the best. And I would also like to welcome our elders, our respected elders here in front, to have taken this time to come out here and join us in this event. So thank you very much. My name is Walter Minot. I'm the Vice President of the Métis Nation of British Columbia. It gives me a great pleasure to join you here today in Vancouver on the traditional unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. Hope I said that right. We are grateful to be able to live and work in their territory. I'm bringing greetings on behalf of our president again, who is ill, as well as our board. And I'd like to thank everybody for being here and allowing MNBC to host this event. It is an honor and a pleasure. Our board of directors is committed to supporting our governing partners as we fight for recognition across this country. And I believe together we can make this happen. We also need our governing members to support us as we negotiate our self-governing agreements with the government of Canada. We are stronger together. Unity is very important. I'm reading all these from these notes, so I was not prepared. For the first time in a long time, Métis government across Canada are working collectively for our people, which is great to see that we're all sitting at the same table and enjoying discussion and having great debates. We haven't been able to be in person to connect for a long time because of COVID. But as we move forward together, united, we move forward with values of transparency, accountability for the Métis citizens from Ontario to BC. In closing, I'd like to thank you for joining us here in BC. I'm looking forward to continuing to work our nation over these 2 days. Thank you. I apologize for that.
I'm going to steal that one. So I'm going to do delegate roll call. I'm going to begin from British Columbia and move eastward. When I say your name, I would like you to repeat your name. You ready, Walter? Walter Minot.
Walter Minot.
Susie Hooper.
Susie Hooper.
Deborah Fisher. Patrick Harriott.
Patrick Harriott.
Sean Davoren.
Sean Davern.
Sean Davoren. I have Rain Gervais. Paulette Flamand. Rainy Gervais. Have I heard Paulette Flamand? Okay. Métis Nation of Alberta, Audrey Poitras. Dan Cardinal.
Dan Cardinal.
James Cardinal.
James Cardinal.
Jason Ekberg.
Jason Ekberg.
Dwayne Zaraska.
Dwayne Zaraska.
Andrea Sandmeyer.
Andrea Sandmeyer.
Lawrence Gervais.
Lawrence Gervais is being replaced by Bernie Ouellette.
Thank you.
As an alternate. Bernie, do you want to identify yourself?
Judy Gentis.
Judy Gentis.
Gary Gagnon. Marilyn Lizet.
Marilyn Lise.
Hannah Nash.
Again, Hannah Nash is being replaced by Tracy Brown.
Thank
Tracy?
you. Carol Ridsdale.
Carol Ridsdale.
Thank you. Barry Dibb.
Barry Dibb.
Shannon Dunfield.
Shannon Dunfield.
Irene Mercier. Thank you. Métis Nation of Saskatchewan. Glenn McCullum. Michelle Leclerc.
Michelle Leclerc.
Lisa McCullum.
Lisa McCallum.
Linda Sopp. Laura Burnoff.
Laura Burnoff.
Ryan Lee Carrier.
Brian Carrier.
Brent Dignus.
Brent Dignus.
Marg Friesen. Loretta King. Autumn LaRose Smith.
Autumn LaRose Smith.
Candy DeBray.
Candy DeBray.
Victor Diet.
Victor Guillet.
Adam McInnes.
Adam McInnes.
Barry Falcon. Darlene Mackay. Thank you. Métis Nation of Ontario. Hank Rollinson.
Hank Rollinson.
Joanne Young.
Joanne Young.
Sharon Cadeau.
Sharon Cadeau.
Renee Gravel.
Rainey Gerville.
Mitch Case.
Mitch Case.
Thank you. That completes the delegate roll call. I call for the nomination and appointment of co-chairs, Marilyn Poitras and Dave Pelche. Can I have someone to nominate? Michelle Leclerc. Can I have someone second? Hank Rollinson. We have our co-chairs, Marilyn Poitras and Dave Pelche, and I turn the meeting over to them. Please welcome them.
I just gotta unload my Red River cart before we get going here. Brought a lot of stuff. Good morning. Can you hear me? Well, I have a very good teacher voice. Can you hear me?
Can we get the mics on up
We'll
here?
figure out the mics up here. Okay, this one's okay. Can you hear me now? We'll share this one. Good morning. I want to acknowledge that there are ancestors on this land and the ones that you brought with you and the children that you represent here. I want to honor that right now as we get started. I want to put that in the middle of the room for you. My name is Marilyn Poitras, and I believe that we are all here to look after the children of our future. I've got some old ladies that teach me that often and daily. So that's your work. Okay, welcome here. I am honored to work with Dave and to be asked to come to this meeting. Thank you so much for trusting us to be a little bit of a guide for you over the next couple of days as we have the 2022 General Assembly for the Métis National Council. I want to get started in a little different way. I want you to remember what it feels like to be heard. You know the difference between somebody listening to you and somebody not listening to you. So when someone else is speaking, I would invite you to put your listening ears on, right? My old lady that says you have 2 ears and 1 mouth because you're supposed to listen twice as much, those old stories. So what does it mean to not be listening? I don't have to teach that. You know perfectly well what it means to not be listening. I also want you to bring your gifts in the room with you. I want you to think about the child you're here to represent, born or unborn. I would like them to be in the center. I would like you right now to think about how you're going to be in this room with us today. I would like to invite you to think of somebody right now and get your pen out. And I want you to think of somebody that's in your life that you respect and you trust, that you trust. We've got a grandmother's council at the front here that's got roots in this earth that are going to help us get through the next few days. This is the way it should be. We are redesigning Buffalo Hunt Council, people. We are pulling those teachings back together. Who would you go to with a celebration or a really important issue that you would trust implicitly? Who would that be? And I want you to write that name down. I want you to write the name down of the person that you would go to and you would respect. And I want you to think about why. And I thought about this question before I asked you today. And for me, it would be my grandma Cardinal, my maternal grandmother's mother, who was Klein. Her maiden name was Klein. And I loved her so much and was lucky to have her in my life for so long. And she loved all of us. You could go into her house anytime. You could take your problems there. You could take your games there. You could take your celebration there. Who do you trust? Because whoever that person is, you resemble them. When you pick a hero, it's because they reflect something back to you. Who is that for you? I'd love for you to bring that part of yourself here today. Okay? I want you to set an intention. I want you to know that we are here to get some work done and set the stage for the work going forward. That's the job of the General Assembly, to set the stage of the work going forward. During the next couple of days, we all know that sitting is the new smoking. So we had a joke this morning that if you're getting, a little bit antsy and you need to stand up, you need to stand up. You can't be sitting all the time. Roll your ankles. Don't roll your eyes. Roll your ankles, roll your wrists, do some things to get yourself moving. We understand that some people will be going outside to take up the old smoking as the old smoking. And so make sure that you're getting a break and moving around, okay? So I would invite you to do that. I'm going to tell you that when you go into the military, there's some veterans here that would teach this better than I do. When you're triggered, when something brings something to the front for you, there's box breathing. It's called 4, 4, 4, 4. You breathe in for 4, you hold for 4, you breathe out for 4, you hold for 4, you breathe in for 4. There are going to be moments when your passion just wants to jump right out of your belly and out of your throat and out of your mouth. And I would invite you, just before you do that, to take your 4, 4, 4, 4, so that your words are something you intend to leave in the middle with the children that I've asked you to put in the middle of the room. I want to remind you that you speak to the chairs for a reason. You speak to the chairs because you don't throw words at each other. I would invite you to put your words in the center of the room so that they stay there. And if a word or a story or a position of somebody in the room sneaks across the floor and crawls up your pant leg and tugs on your hair because you're angry, that's your rascal. If it sneaks across the floor and tugs on your pant leg and crawls in your handbag or stays in your pocket because it was so funny, it made you think of somebody else, that's your rascal. There are many rascals that are going to show up today, and some of them are kind and loving teachers, and some of them are not. And they're here for a reason. And we don't all have the same rascals. We don't all have the same points of connection. So that's how I'd like to set the stage today. I'd like you to think about what you're saying when you're saying it, And I want you to see the cameras in the middle of the room where I've asked you to put your words, because my friends, you are making history. I've been teaching law for 25 years, and I go back to meeting notes. I go back to as many archival documents as I can to find out what did they say in that room. So I want to invite you, as you write your notes, to know someone might look at those notes. Your grandchildren will be interested in that. Someone will find this live feed and say, what did they do that day? So I want you to look around and know this is what it looks like to make history. And I want to welcome you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for inviting us.
I should have gone first so I don't have to follow that. Tanse miyugigsipayo, Dave Pelche nisikasun, nie opixqui sta miagio, nia michif, British Columbia ni weekend. So I say hello, good morning. My name is Dave Pelche. I'm a lawyer, I'm Métis, and I live in British Columbia. And that's the results of my last 4 or 5 weeks taking Northern Heritage Michif online classes. So those language carriers or speakers, please come up to me later and correct my pronunciation, because that's the only way I'm going to learn. I want to echo everything that Marilyn said. The idea and the purpose, our purpose here is to facilitate the meeting, the assembly here, and make sure that it proceeds in a good way. Our goal is to keep it efficient and running so that we get all of the business completed and done, and so we don't have things carrying over to the next year, and getting everything done so that, as Marilyn said, setting the stage for the next year, setting the stage for the future, and the work for MNC and all of the governing members going forward. There are a few, I'm going to say, standing rules or suggestions, and these are just ways that Marilyn and I are wanting to encourage, so that, again, so that this meeting over the next 2 days goes well, goes smoothly, and proceeds in a good way. One of the things we want to make sure, and we have all the delegates seated here. I know there are alternates that are seated perhaps behind, and I want to make sure that those that are speaking are those that are seated. And so we want to, as Marilyn said, this is making history. We want to know who's speaking. We want to hear that. And we want to be respectful for the elected members that are seated at this table and around this tables. So that's what we want to ensure. We want to make sure that if a member or an official wishes to speak, please wait to be recognized by the chair. Part of this is so that whoever's previously speaking has that respect to finish what they were trying to say, and then we will move on to the next speaker. On each motion or item, given that there are a number of people here, and if everyone spoke for as long as they could, we wouldn't get through anything. So we'll try to keep comments limited to an individual making 2 comments on a specific issue that we're dealing with, and try to limit that each time to 2 minutes. I'm not going to, well, I may enforce it by a timer, but hopefully we won't get to that point, and we won't have any need for that. But again, it's the idea of respect and ensuring that everyone at this table who has an equal right to speak at this table gets that equal chance. If an individual has a question, though, within that 2 minutes, please, they can raise that question. And to speak, as I said, they can speak a second time, but we're going to prioritize those who have not yet spoken. So if someone speaks first, something else comes up and they wish to speak again, even if their hand goes up first, if we have someone else that wishes to speak that has not yet spoken, then we will defer to the person who has not yet spoken before moving back to the second speaker. We do want to ensure, as part of our way of helping to keep this meeting efficient and on track, that debate and discussion be related to the pending motion or agenda item. There will be times for different discussions in the agenda or perhaps other venues, and so we would just want to keep it so that we're on track and related to the motion. And finally, and I'm not going to put it in as well or as eloquently as Marilyn did, but we do want to observe decorum. We want to avoid personal attacks. We want to keep those words in the middle and not going to and from each other. Please direct any of those comments, questions, whatever it's going to be, to Marilyn and myself, and to avoid the animosity, the ill will, the not good feelings that sometimes may arise. And I think that's where Marilyn's suggestion of taking that moment, considering the 4-4-4-4 breathing, so that, and then directing those comments to the chair so that we can keep this in a good way. So hopefully with those guidelines, standing rules, we'll be able to proceed in a good way today and tomorrow, and we'll get all of the work done that's to be done at this week's or this year's AGA.
I think we can move into the approval of the agenda for today, if you're ready for that. So if you have a look at the agenda that's in your binder, you will see that you've got a list there. We are down to approval of the agenda on the first page. It's a 2-page agenda, and we have one addition that should the resolution committee be selected and appointed today, we would like to give them an opportunity to make some comments after lunch. So after lunch today, we would like to add a point that the resolution committee present its terms of work to the group so that you can follow the guidelines that the committee puts forward should that resolution go forward. Yes, sir.
Hank Rollinson, I move the agenda as amended.
Thank you so much, sir. Can we have a seconder?
Susie Hooper, I'll second that.
Thank you. Discussion?
So instead of going through a whole roll call, we'll just seek unanimous consent. So if there's anyone who opposes the adoption of the agenda as amended, please raise your hand. Otherwise, we'll proceed as passed. Seeing no objection, that is passed unanimously.
That's good stuff.
First check mark.
Check. Okay, in your binders, you will have the minutes from September 2021 General Assembly. You will have had an opportunity to review those, and those also need to be adopted.
So this time we'll ask or we'll seek a mover and a seconder for the adoption of the 2021 minutes. If I have a mover.
Michelle Leclerc.
Thank you very much. A seconder?
Dan Cardinal.
Thank you. So we have the 2021 General Assembly minutes before the Assembly. The purpose, obviously, of these is to point out any corrections or issues that, whether there's corrections, misspellings, things like that. Is there any discussion or corrections that people have observed or wish to correct? I see, yes.
Yes, just.
Sorry, if I can get you to introduce yourself as well.
Deborah Fisher.
Thank you.
Just a correction for Minister De Jager. In some of the notes, it's spelled incorrectly. If we could go with the proper spelling, which is capital J. Usually it's a lowercase j versus an uppercase.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So one typo. Yes. Introduce yourself, please.
Dan Cardinal. On Appendix A of the voting delegates and alternates, September 29, 2021, number 15, it says Andrea Sandmaker. Her name is Andrea Sandmeyer, M-A-I-E-R. Thank you.
Mr. Carr, can you direct which page that is, just so we can all follow along at the right spot? This should be in the bottom right corner.
Page, I apologize, it's page 20.
Page 20, thank you.
But it doesn't say page
Okay.
20, it's after 19. I just included 20. And
That
then,
is a good
It's
improvise.
after page 19, right?
absolutely. And then it's also it's the next page, day 2. Her name states Sandmaker Sandmeyer.
Thank you.
I'm so glad my name is Cardinal, easy to spell.
Any other corrections, Lisa?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I just wanted to point out on page 8, there's a resolution that was made by Lisa Smith and seconded by Louis, and it's a report that was requested to be done by M&O, by the Métis Nation of Ontario, that pertaining to the definition within the homeland of the the proposed 7 communities. And in our binder, we do not have that report, but I also understand there's another resolution coming forth. So I just wanted to point that out as well, because that's an item for action, right? So, thank you.
Thank you. And then just so, but there's no correction that you're pointing out within the minutes starting on page 8. Is that correct? No correction?
That's correct. I think what she was just pointing out is business arising from the minutes and something wasn't completed, but there is going to be a resolution tomorrow
Thank
with
you.
respect to it.
Thank you. Any other corrections that we're seeing, misspellings, things of that type within the minutes?
Hi, Shannon
Yes.
Dunfield, page 17, Andrea Sandmeyer's name is spelled Sandmaker again. And on page 20, my name is spelled Dunfield, it's Dunfield.
I'm not seeing it. Oh, it's number 2. Oh, 21, okay, sorry. Done.
Also, Andrea's name is spelled wrong on page 21 as well.
Any other corrections?
I have one here,
And
Laura
sorry,
Burnoff, Northern Region 1 or Saskatchewan. One of our directors' names is spelled Kathy Pruden here, but it's supposed to be Kathy Pruden Nansell. Nansell, I believe. And it's throughout as well. So whenever her name is on here, then it's, yeah. And it's hyphenated, Kathy Pruden hyphen Nansell.
thank you.
I thought I saw one more hand. Good? Okay.
All right, thank you. So we'll go with the same process. I'll seek unanimous consent to pass the minutes from the 2021 General Assembly as with those corrections noted. If anyone wishes to object to that, to the passing of those minutes, please raise your hand at this point. Not seeing any objections, then that passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. And we will move on next to the minutes from July and November 2018 General Assemblies. These you will find at tab 3 of the binder. It's a bit lengthier. You'll see there's a blue page splitting the 2 assemblies. And the reason these are up for adoption is that it's not a scoops issue. It's that this wasn't passed at the last General Assembly, so they were missed, and that's why we have them on the agenda today. So we'll perhaps start with just the July 18, 19, 2018 minutes. And I'll open it up for any corrections that are observed that need to be noted. Sorry, before that. Sorry, my apologies. Before that, we do need a mover and a seconder to put the 2018 General Assembly minutes before the Assembly. So I'll just ask for a mover and a seconder to bring that business officially onto the floor.
Thank you.
Tracy Brown, I'll move that.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Audrey Petra.
Thank you, President Pocha. So any corrections, misspellings, etc.?
No concerns with July? Minister. Yes, Minister Friesen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the minutes in July, it states myself as an alternate, and I was actually a delegate in 2018.
Can you say the page?
What page? Appendix A.
Appendix A.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bernie Willett, in the list of voting delegates and alternates for the MNA, my name is spelled, or there's an E missing at the end. Every third letter is an E, O-U-E-L-L-E-T-T-E.
TTE. TTE, got it. Thank you.
On appendix, Dan Cardinal, on appendix A, right after page 25, under Métis Nation of Alberta, Judy Gentis is spelled wrong. It is Gentes.
See, it seems, just before, it seems that these are minute kind of corrections, but as Marilyn was saying, you know, in the future, people will be looking to see who was at these meetings, who was speaking, and I'm sure, you know, I'm sure everyone in this room, like myself, has done some, you know, at-home genealogy work, and, you know, seeing the various spellings of last names can certainly make it trouble finding and tracking names. So thank you for pointing that out. And Mr. Cardinal, did you have another correction that you had observed?
Jim Cardinal. I just noticed that the name Jeanette Hansen here on this July 1, it says Hanson, and on this one here, it's spelled Hansen. So I'm just wondering which is the right spelling.
What page are you on, Mr. Cardinal?
Just from the
Oh, yeah, yeah, I see it.
from the 2021.
Yeah, number
The
7.
name is spelled
Yeah.
Hansen, and on the one in July 2018, her name is spelled Hanson. So I just want to make sure that's corrected.
Good
Whichever is
eye.
the right way, I don't know. So
Good eye. President Petra?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. It's S-E-N.
It's S-E-N is correct. Okay.
Any further corrections in the July 2018 Assembly minutes? So we can move on to
Yeah, just
November.
move into the next one, yeah.
All right, then we'll move into the November 2018 minutes. Any corrections there? And I think everyone's going to turn right to the appendix to look for the names. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Just an observation, Mark Friesen, Métis Nation, Saskatchewan. Just an observation, it would be helpful for us to receive the minutes ahead of time so that we can review them to save time and prepare our discussion items or observations from the minutes so that we're not looking through them and reading them during this time of the assembly. Just an observation. Thank you.
Noted, Minister Friesen, thank you. So that'll be moving forward. How far in advance to get the information so you can have it reviewed before you get here? Thank you.
A minimum of the day before would be nice. Thank you.
Jim Cardinal. One more name here for July 18th. For Carol, it says Risdale, supposed to be Richdale. Our ID, the D is missing.
Thank you. President Petra, was that your point?
Thank you. On the very same thing, the voting delegates on the November list for Métis Nation of Alberta.
Yes.
Number 19, we have Angie Criar, who's out there in the front with us, and it's CRERAR. And number 17 is Gail. I'm not sure how to say that name that's there, but it's McClenahan, actually. So I'm just trying to. Bernie, help me. Okay.
The correct spelling for Gail is McLenaGhan. McClenahan.
Thank you. And we see the Hanson on that page as well. So thank you. It's unexpected that you're still reviewing notes from 2018, but we understand that that was put aside for various reasons and not fully adopted, and we don't want that to happen going forward. Oh, one more?
So on page 4 of 37, Marilyn Taylor has 2 N's on it. It is correct on one, but not on the one that's on the bottom of the page.
Okay.
And on 26. So Marilyn is spelled with 2 N's.
Thank you. Okay.
Not seeing any other hands or lights flashing up on microphones. Oh, I see another. I see a hand. I see both right now. Mr. Case.
Yeah, I'm not sure where it is in the document, but Jen St. Germain says that on the November 28th meeting, her name is spelled wrong, and I trust her.
1.4.
There's no E on St. Germain.
No E on St. Germain. Got it.
Okay, now I'm not seeing any other further hands or lights coming on. So same process, then this will be for passing both the July and November 2018 minutes. I'll look for unanimous consent. So if you are objecting to the adoption of the those minutes as amended or as corrected, please raise your hand now. Not seeing any objection, then the minutes from the 2018 assemblies are carried.
We're at the point in the agenda where we would like to invite the appointment of the Resolutions Committee, and we would ask for a mover on that.
Each president will nominate.
Okay, so maybe we'll start. We'll start. We understand that each president will be nominating somebody to go on that resolution committee. So maybe if we could start with, we've kind of got Saskatchewan over here, moving into Alberta, BC, Ontario. Oh, Ontario. So we'll start here with Ontario. How about that?
Ontario nominates Emily King.
And your name again? Sorry, sir.
Hank Rollinson.
Thank you. Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We nominate Autumn LaRose Smith.
Audrey Patra, Alberta, we nominate Tyler Fetch.
Just 1 second. How do you spell the last name?
Fetch.
Thank you. British Columbia.
Walter Minalt, we nominate Patrick Harriet.
Just the correct spelling.
Harriott.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we have as our resolutions committee from Emily King, Autumn, and I'm sorry, I missed the Autumn.
Emily King, Autumn LaRose Smith.
LaRose Smith, Tyler Fetch, and Patrick Harriott.
Okay. If there's a motion prepared to put that forward? Yes. State
I'll
your
move
name.
the motion.
Thank you. Can you
You
start
can
with your?
create one. Sharon Cadeau.
Sharon Cadeau is moving to have the creation of a resolution committee based on the names put forward at the General Assembly today, October 26, 2022. It's a seconder.
Audrey Patra.
Audrey Patra.
Métis Nation of Alberta, I second.
Any discussion on that? Otherwise, we'll go to, and I'll again seek unanimous consent. Any objection to the creation? Oh, did I see a hand? Yes.
Autumn LaRose Smith, I'll abstain from this vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Autumn.
Not seeing any hands for discussion. I'll seek unanimous consent. So if there's anyone wishing to object to the creation of the resolutions committee as nominated, not seeing any objection, then that will carry.
Can we make that? Thank you. This is building the rules of the hunt, right? This is how do we do process? How do we get things put in advance of people? So this is important work. Thank you to the people who have stepped into those positions. And as your prize for doing that, you get to spend your lunch hour and your coffee break talking to each other to create what those rules will be. And we would love to hear from you after lunch about that. So thank you again. That's perfect. We're at a point where we want you to shake your sillies out, right? It's time for that break and get yourself some fresh air, get yourself something to drink lots of water. I am of the age where I have my own built-in heater and I'm sitting next to a window, but some of you are not. And so if you need to get some fresh air, please do that. And we will take 15 minutes, sir. Yeah, 15 minutes. Which ultimately means a half an hour. Yeah. We'll start at 15 minutes, 10:20.
Collaboration. Spell check. Progress. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Walter?
Is this being live streamed?
Yeah.
Okay, make sure you, I bet you should announce that.
Yeah, I will. I will. Oh, yeah.
I didn't know if it was or not.
Hey, Walter.
No, but my,
John Beaker. I'm just sitting there doing nothing.
Almost have the credential.
Okay, when will that happen?
Soon.
How's that?
I applied, I'm doing a course for the National Association of Parliamentarians. They did a wholesale change to their credentialing committee because they weren't doing their job right. So it's soon. Should have been done. So.
So you're an expert on Robert's rules.
I am informed. I want to have a few years under my belt before I call myself an expert.
I took a class on Robert's Rules through the Law Society of Saskatchewan, and it was an older guy that teaches this all over the world, and he was so good. He was so, okay, let's relax. And everybody thinks there's this rule and that rule, and we all got this giant Robert's Rule. He was so refreshing, and he's the guy everybody goes to, and so I will find it, and I will tell you before the next meeting.
Was his name perhaps Ellie Mina?
Yes, it was. He was great.
He is. He does it for the Law Society of BC. I took the course with our legal counsel, Chris Gall, when I first started down in BC. Excellent. He's my mentor for parliamentary procedure. And he convinced me to do that. He's like, you're interested in this enough, you should do this. Ellie is excellent. He's so excellent.
He made it so accessible and flexible.
Yeah. No, exactly. I'm glad you got his experience too.
I felt really grateful. I did not expect going in that it was going to be like that. So.
No. She took a course from Ellie.
Oh, yeah, right? Yeah, he's the one, him and John, who I got.
Yeah, I agree. You're welcome. I also wanted to say.
Yeah, here they come. We'll just wait for the grandmothers to come back in. If you want to stick your nose outside and ask people to follow suit and come on back, that would be great. Thank you, Vice President Leclerc.
The TV. Yeah, it's just this was blocking it. So the folks over here asked me to wheel this back so they can see us.
Oh,
And then,
okay.
Yeah.
Welcome back. So if you just look in your binder, can you hear me? If you just look in your binder, I just want to do a bit of a refresher of what's going to happen to the lunch hour. We're going to move into the second part of the morning, and we're going to have a year in review that will be a video. And then we'll hear from President Karan in Service to the Nation address. Then there will be a lunch break. And after lunch, we are going to have the Resolution Committee presentation, the governing members update, La Femme de Machift Opimtuak update and priority reporting. And then we will, after lunch, and then we'll have another health break. And just to note that after the health break, after lunch, there will be an in-camera session, and we'll talk about that before the break. So welcome back. Thank you so much. And we will we are expecting a video at this point, so I will cue some technical people for a year in review video. Or we'll just get some people to start singing. There's lots of ways we can do this. Here we go.
Tomorrow is September 30th, second annual day for Truth and Reconciliation, the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. So we're here in La Crosse, Saskatchewan. I was invited by the Circle of Elders and Survivors to come up and spend the day with them tomorrow to commemorate this day. And I absolutely right away knew that this is where I needed to be on September 30th, which is a critical and important
They're
day
trying to get it up on the
for
screen.
Canadians to learn about.
Is there a way that
the
we can
history
just
of
pause
residential
the audio? Thank you.
Yeah, we'll start it over. Did you hear that? Okay, we're gonna let the tech issues get straightened out, and we'll move right into President Caron's address in service to the nation. Welcome, President Caron, to the microphone.
Thank you. I'm always glad to fill in for technical difficulties. So Tansei Kioao, good morning, everybody. It is so wonderful to be here at our General Assembly. The first one since my election 1 year ago. It's such an honor to stand up here in front of all of you. I want to first start off by thanking Elder Diane for her beautiful prayer to start us off this morning. You know, it's so wonderful that we're starting to reintegrate our ways back into the way that we do business. It's so vitally important as we move forward to do things in a good way, to ground ourselves. I also want to say thank you to Alec, who welcomed us to this territory. Again, critically important to build the relationships with our relatives, with people who are doing similar work to us. The more friends we have, the further we can go. And the work that we're now doing together with First Nations, with Inuit across the homeland for us and across Canada and internationally as well, it's so critically important. I also want to start off by introducing to you this beautiful Grandmothers Council that sits before us. These grandmothers are here in service to the protocols of our people to ensure that we conduct ourselves in a really good way with kindness and respect, those values that our grandmothers have always taught to us, and in service to our entire Métis Nation. So with us, with us today, we have Angie Crier from Alberta. We have Josie Searson from Saskatchewan. Diane Ludwig from Lac La Biche. Rita Gordon from Ontario. And Sadie Lucan from British Columbia. And these elders and grandmothers have played a really critical role in my life, bringing me to where I am today, and also have played a really critical role in the work that I've done as president in this year, because it's not me up here. I'm doing this work on behalf of all of our people, and to have our grandmothers to continuously ground me in that work is so important. And so to have them here up front at our General Assembly to guide this work, I couldn't imagine doing this work any other way. I also want to say thank you to our veterans in the color guard who led our procession in this morning. Though we couldn't do the circle of the full room, you know, this is something that actually we're introducing to the Métis National Council. We haven't done the procession into the General Assembly in a number of years, and we want to reintroduce that because it's just such a good way to start, led by our veterans who are, again, those people who have served our country, who have served our people, who have fought for our freedom, as our Métis veterans have always done. And our Métis veterans have always been the pinnacle of selfless service to the nation. So to have them walk us in this morning, thank you. Thank you for doing that, and thank you for your service. I also want to say a thank you to Loretta for singing the anthem this morning as we walked in. It's always just so wonderful to hear your beautiful voice. I want to say thank you to Tristan and Mitchell, who brought the sound of fiddle music to our ears last night at the reception. And, you know, Tristan, as a young person, for serving our nation with love and gentleness and dignity that can really serve as an example for all of us. Tristan received recognition this year at the Inspire Awards, and that is incredibly well-deserved. So thank you, Tristan, for all that you do as well. And thank you, of course, to all of you for being here to gather together to conduct the business of the Métis National Council at the 2022 Métis Nation General Assembly. All of you who serve your communities tirelessly, who serve your governments tirelessly. We have Métis citizens here. We have youth who are here. We have citizens in the back watching. We have so many people here. And I just want to say thank you to everybody for your continued service to the Métis Nation, because this body here, this General Assembly, this is for you. This body exists to serve our nation, our entire nation. And I so look forward to continuing to walk with you over these next 2 days for the service of the Métis Nation, for all of our citizens. So thank you to all of you. I also just want to let everybody know, if you didn't already, that we are live streaming so that citizens from across the Métis Nation homeland can tune in. They can watch the business of the Métis Nation. They can watch our good conversations. They can watch the changes that we're making to move forward in a really positive way. So I want to say hi to all our Métis Nation citizens who are watching the live stream. I want to say hi to my mom, Will. Hello. I also just want to take time right now to say thank you to our chairs, to start us off in this really good way. You know, again, it's by bringing in our values to do this work in such a good way. And I think they set the stage to do this work really well. And I look forward to the next couple of days being led by them. So I am incredibly honored to serve as president of the Métis National Council, to work in service to the Métis Nation, the entire Métis Nation, to work in service of each and every one of you, of your Métis governments, which are the backbone of the Métis Nation's democracy. I'm a very, very proud Métis woman with deep roots within the Métis Nation homeland, or the Métis Nation motherland. From the Boucher family, one of the first of those 5 Métis families who settled along the South Saskatchewan River in St. Louis, Saskatchewan. They settled along the riverbank that cared for our people throughout a critical time of nation building back in those days. And I come from the Karen family, from just up that river in Batoche, those incredibly sacred lands that overlooked the Battle of Batoche. Those lands that hold our stories of resistance and self-determination, that continue to remind us of the work that we carry on today on behalf of our ancestors, in service to all of those who have yet to come. Hi, Patty. And we have come so far together. And when I say we, I truly mean all of us. Each of you, each of your Métis governments have played a critical role in achieving our collective progress over this last year. And there has been a lot of progress made in just 1 year. But before I begin sharing with you some more reflections, some successes, some ideas for the future, I do want to take a moment of pause. A brief moment of silence for those who we have lost in this past year. Those who served, those who inspired us, those whose love and memories continue to live on in our hearts. And they may not be with us today here physically, excuse me, but I know that they are here with us, continuing to guide us in the right direction, the direction of love and kindness and service. So for those who have passed on in this last year, I ask that we all stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. So, oh, got a tickle in my throat. We are back. We're back at the Métis National Council General Assembly. And again, it's really hard to believe just how far we have come together in such a short time. You know, as we all know, just 1 year ago, the MNC was kind of teetering on the point of collapse. When we inherited it, all of us, our funding was frozen. Some were calling into question our legitimacy. And there were many people, after years of growing division and distrust, people no longer understood the purpose of the MNC or even believed that we had one. But that is changing. And we are back, and I believe that we are back stronger than ever because of all of you. It's because you never stopped believing that we were stronger. We are stronger when we work together, understanding that when we speak alone, our voices are quiet. But when we join together and share a single voice, there's no one who can silence us. When we work together, no one can stop our progress. And that work that we are all doing right now, that work that we're all undertaking, that is nation building. Continuously building the one Métis nation that we are all a part of. We are indeed one Métis nation, but we're comprised of many Métis governments who advocate tirelessly on behalf of the rights and interests of your citizens. You're delivering distinctions-based programs and services that are strengthening Métis families, Métis communities, and the Métis nation as a whole. And the Métis National Council is simply a federation of your Métis governments, a body that exists to advance your collective issues, priorities, and interests, while always respecting your jurisdictions, respecting that your jurisdictions and your Métis governments are the rightful bodies that represent your citizens. And we all know that this work of nation building can't be done alone. It's not the job of one person or one government. The Métis Nation has never been about a single person or entity. Everything that we do has to be done in collaboration. The Métis National Council's original founders knew this, just as we do, and intended this to be a space for collaboration. And I think that myself, as a Métis citizen, I'm a prime example of why collaboration needs to be at the forefront of what we do. Because today, I reside in Ontario, but like many of you, my family comes from a different part of the Métis Nation homeland. My roots are in Saskatchewan. I was born and raised here in British Columbia. I have family that still live all across the Métis Nation homeland. So working together for the success of the entire Métis Nation means that our families that are spread out throughout the homeland can be served to the best of all of their Métis government's abilities. And it's only by working together in collaboration that we can do this. And we have been working together to do just that, to rebuild the MNC as an organization that can advocate for you. Just yesterday, for example, the Board of Governors approved our brand new set of organizational policies and procedures, policies that will forever ensure that the MNC operates in a way that is transparent, effective, and accountable to you, our Métis governments and our Métis citizens. And it shows the entire world that we're credible and a consistent partner. That credibility is what enables us to raise a strong Métis-specific voice within the federal government and build the national and international relationships that can serve to benefit all Métis. I wanted to take a moment to talk about relationship building, which is incredibly important to the Métis National Council and to me personally. I recognize that there is trust that needs to be rebuilt. Trust between our families, our communities, our Métis governments and institutions. And this work needs to be done incredibly carefully because trust is earned. It's not just handed out. And I often recall the words of an elder that I've worked with who's given me some advice on relationship building, on the work that we're doing at the Métis National Council. And I always call upon these words when I am building relationships. And he talks about, you know, when you approach a door, knock lightly on that door and it will open for you. Don't go to that door and pound on it, because the person behind that door will be afraid. They'll lock the door. They'll put their barriers up. So knock lightly on those doors and those opportunities will come to you. That's the work that we've been doing over this last year. Because without relationships, we are nothing. That's why relationships have been at the heart of everything that we've done over this past year. And I believe that we've been really successful at it. It's through these relationships that we're building, that we're enabling the collaboration that will serve to benefit the entire Métis Nation. And we recognize that at the MNC that we're here to advance those collective issues, not just those that are important to just one or two people, or even just one or two Métis governments, but are important to all of us. We know that we need to do better than just that 50% plus one. Our relationships call us to a higher standard. And when I was elected, I vowed to you to help return the Métis National Council to the type of organization that our original founders intended, which was a national convener that brings together Métis Nation governments who are the legitimate representatives of the Métis rights holders, to collectively advance issues and priorities that are in the entire nation's interest. A national level policy shop. That's also what we do. That works closely with each of your governments and your officials to share research and data that can help create the national policy frameworks, pathways, and funding programs that enable each of you to best support your Métis citizens within your jurisdictions in ways that make sense to you. And finally, a tireless advocate at the national and international levels for your shared priorities, positions that are in the best interest of the entire Métis Nation. Because we have learned that advocating for only the interests of the few only sows division and resentment and gives the federal government reason to ignore us. We needed to end the practice of the MNC president interfering with governing members' business, with governing member-led processes, and we've done that. We recognize that our current governance and voting structures at the BOG and even here at the General Assembly now creates the opportunities, the situation where equally divided votes are possible. Excuse me. And perhaps likely on a number of any different issues. So historically, that tiebreaker has fallen to the MNC president, and I don't believe that's right. That doesn't serve the purpose of the MNC. That doesn't serve the purpose of bringing us together and advancing collectively. So as you may have heard months ago, I announced at a Board of Governors meeting that I will no longer cast a tie-breaking vote at either the BOG or the General Assembly, because we're working to rebuild this institution to be a truly national body. If there is an issue that is so contentious and so divided that the nation is literally split in half over it, then it should not be one that we're collectively advocating for. We need to do the work to strive for consensus or a clear majority. We need to strive for better than just 50% plus one. And we have the tables and the mechanisms to advance issues that are uniquely important to you. You all have the tables to work with Métis governments, to work with other Métis governments when you align on a specific issue. This table is for the issues that are important to all of us. That's how we continue to move forward in a really good way with those relationships. We have to strive to work together. We have to talk to each other between assemblies. We have to share our ideas and our potential resolutions between these assemblies so that we can start working through those tricky issues in a really good and respectful way and find solutions that work for all of us. We have to seek understanding and consensus before we reach the voting floor. and there should never be any surprises. We've learned time and time again through the past practices that those snap decisions, they simply do not work. They simply do not benefit all of our Métis citizens. They tear apart our relationships and they don't strengthen them. So what is clear to me is that the MNC president should not be imposing their own beliefs, opinions, and politics within this federation of your Métis governments. Those are the destructive ways of the past. You are the legitimate elected representatives of Métis citizens. You are the decision makers. I was elected to be the chief spokesperson, not the chief decision maker. So we have to find ways to strengthen, ways to collaborate for the betterment of all Métis, in service to all Métis, because we are all related. And we're called upon by our relationships to do what is best for all. We're called upon to collaborate with one another. Those are the pieces that we're putting together so that we can move forward in a really strong way. And we have been collaborating. By doing just that, we've achieved so much in just this 1 year, and we have so much to celebrate. And I'm not going to go over absolutely everything that we've done in this past year because it is outlined in the annual report that you've all received, which I know you'll all read, right? But I wanted to take a bit of time just to highlight what we can do when we do work together, starting with our National Veterans Committee. So I was really pleased to receive a mandate from the Board of Governors last November to advance a renewed national Métis veteran strategy, one that will more fully center the voices of our Métis veterans from across the Métis Nation homeland. We knew that we needed a more comprehensive approach to engaging with our Métis veterans, to ensuring that their lived experiences form the basis of that collective pathway forward. So an important first step in the Métis Veterans Renewal Strategy was bringing together a national meeting of Métis veterans from across the homeland. And since then, we have representatives from all of the governing members that have come together to begin ensuring that it is the Métis veterans who are directing how MNC engages with and supports our Métis veterans in the future. So I just want to say thank you so very much to the Métis veterans who continue to serve, who are meeting regularly and taking on the roles to move this file forward in the way that it needs to be done, by Métis veterans, for Métis veterans. Thank you to the veterans. And just like we needed to, the Métis National Council, your Métis governments, are coming together on some of the most critical issues to the Métis Nation, including fighting for and protecting Métis children. An incredible example of collaboration and coming together at the national level to advance one united voice is on the intervention into the Supreme Court of Canada's deliberations surrounding Bill C-92, which is an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families. Together, the MNC, your Métis governments, and Lefemmichif Otipemisiwak have been granted full intervener status. By coming together, we're going to be coordinating our resources, strategies, and even our legal counsels, and ensure that the distinct Métis voice is heard and included in that important decision in ways that none of us could do alone. We need to come together to advance that one voice, because nothing is more important than the protection, the health, the well-being, and the future of our Métis children, families, and communities today and for the future generations to come. So on that issue, we have come together to start creating that better future for our children. We recently also came together to reestablish the Métis Rights Panel. The Métis Rights Panel was first established in 1997 for the purpose of collectively advancing the Métis rights agenda, the most critical of rights-related issues that affect all of us and can contribute to our shared pathways forward. I want to focus again on that word collectively. I recognize that over the past number of years, each of your Métis governments have individually been advancing Métis rights, because we have to. We have to continue advancing Métis rights through all possible tables that we have. And you've made incredible progress that has benefited everybody. And you've often found ways to coordinate and work together on specific issues. And you continue to do this within your jurisdictions. But often these pathways of rights recognition were born out of necessity. We didn't have the ability to come back to this rights table to work together. So now we've reopened the Métis Rights Panel so that we can work together, because we know that there are barriers and challenges that we face all together as the Métis Nation. As we continue to evolve, there are going to be rights issues that we need to be at a table together on. So through the Métis Rights Panel, that's some of the work that we're going to be doing. Tomorrow we'll provide more of an update on the rights panel, and we'll also be seeking ratification, some political will from the General Assembly on critically important issues that the Métis Rights Panel has already come together and started talking about, which is the much needed Métis claims policy. So we will be bringing a resolution forward tomorrow and be presenting more of an update on the Métis Rights Panel then. So once again, I want to say that we have achieved so much in just 1 year, but we've also taken the time to refocus, to reset, to relearn, and to reestablish those relationships so that we can work together on what matters most to all of us. We have essentially rebuilt the Métis National Council Secretariat from the ground up. We have rebuilt the organization to be an accountable, transparent partner to all of you, our Métis governments, and to all of the other entities that we work with. And with this strong foundation that's now built, it's time that we move forward together with clear and precise direction from you, the Métis National Council General Assembly. You are the democratic institution by which our national policies and priorities are directed. So here we are seeking that new direction, that new mandate from you, one that we can all collectively advance in service to the entire Métis Nation. And while each of your Métis governments has unique priorities and needs, challenges and solutions, and are advancing your own self-determined ways at various paces, we recognize that there still remains that need for the Métis National Council as a national body to advance those collective interests and priorities that your Métis governments all share, to help navigate and overcome those sticky and tricky issues that will help everybody achieve more. And that's why today and tomorrow I'm asking for you, the General Assembly, to provide clear direction on a number of key priorities that we can move forward in this next year. So that first piece of guidance on priorities that we would like to collectively advance and that we would like to get direction from the Métis National Council General Assembly is on the permanent bilateral mechanism priorities. So those collective priorities that we can advance with the federal government through that PBM table. So as you know, when we took office last year, the PBM was stalled. It was not functioning at its greatest capacity. But throughout this year, we've rebuilt our relationships with the federal government, and we're ready to move forward at the PBM table. And the federal government is ready to move forward with us at the PBM table. We have their ear and we have their commitment to move forward in partnership. And there are some critical areas where the time right now is right to move forward. And so those areas that we're looking for right now include health. The health of our Métis people, how to negotiate those pieces that we need for your governments to be able to deliver to your citizens. Education in K-12. Again, going back to our children, raising strong Métis children who know who they are so that they can continue to build a bright future for the Métis Nation. And economic development. So I'm really excited to move on these files and again, to have national direction from you on how to do so. The second piece that we need a new vision for is how to move forward on those key policy issues in the true spirit of collaboration and service to the entire Métis Nation. So as many of you know, MNC's past practice was to appoint one national minister for each policy area. And It didn't quite work. It didn't work because it didn't create the space for all elected leaders and portfolio holders from your Métis governments to share the best practices, to identify common priorities and raise a loud collective voice. Instead, it was often used to disproportionately benefit the national minister's own region, and it only created more division and more resentment. So while that was happening, though, we had technical committees. And they have been strong. They have been in the background doing work, working really, really well together. That long-standing collaboration on many files includes health, environment, now in economic development and education, where experts and technicians from each of your Métis governments collaborate to benefit the entire Métis Nation. That is a model that has proven very successful, that model of collaboration and working together. So we recognize now that we need to find ways to bring in our elected leadership and portfolio holders from across the Métis Nation to come together in that same spirit of collaboration. So one of the resolutions that we hope to see and to hope to get direction from the Métis National Council General Assembly tomorrow is on just that, establishing leaders tables where we can collaborate with our elected leadership to get that political direction to our technical committees. It's something that we can just create more space for more voices to be a part of. We want to bring more voices to the table because we are stronger when we do that. So we also will be seeking clarity from you on the 2021 expert panel resolution. Clarity on the type of information that the Assembly needs to fully understand the issue and make informed decisions about how we all move forward, so that the right people can be appointed to the expert panel, and so that the expert panel can focus its attention and examination on the pieces that matter most to you. That will be the most relevant to your decision making, because ultimately it is you, this Assembly, not that expert panel from the resolution, that has to deal and decide on this issue. To do that, you need the right information, the information that that panel will gather, but it ultimately comes down to you to make that decision. So we need clarity from you, the General Assembly, on how you want to move forward with that piece. Finally, we'll be seeking direction from the General Assembly on how we can embed the spirit of service and collaboration that has already begun in this past year into the Métis National Council's very fabric, institutionalizing the ways in which we continuously move forward together, with respect for one another and with respect for each other's jurisdictions and for the benefit of the entire Métis Nation. The Métis National Council was established in 1983. So next year, we will be celebrating its 40th anniversary. In reading and hearing about the times pre-MNC, where we came from and how we got to where we are today, I feel an obligation to reflect upon the original founders, those original people who came together in the spirit of collaboration, to find out what that purpose was. And that purpose, as I understand it, was to facilitate ways of collectively advancing one strong, distinct Métis voice at the national and international levels, advancing Métis rights, Métis self-determination, and Métis government together, just as we are today. And today, we're so close to achieving so many of those things because of all of that work that we've done together. And because of that, it's critical now. We're in a critical time that we reflect on that purpose, the mission and the vision of the Métis National Council for the next 40 years, so that the MNC can evolve alongside your Métis governments so that we can continue to serve you. The MNC was formed 40 years ago to get us to where we almost are today. And so now we have to look 40 years ahead of us. Where do we want to be 40 years from now? And I remain true to my word that I'm here to serve, to shift and adapt the MNC in ways that will best serve our Métis governments, and in turn, our Métis people and our entire Métis Nation. So tomorrow we will begin that process with a look at our bylaws. To start, we are bringing forward minor revisions that will simply enable the MNC to continue functioning within our current realities with 4 governing members, recognizing that fax probably is no longer the most effective way to call a Board of Governors meeting. So we have some immediate revisions that are really only the beginning of those changes to the Métis National Council's bylaws, but much deeper reform is needed. Reform that advances and reflects our collective vision and your collective vision for the next 40 years. So tomorrow we'll only start with those small clarity, direction, housekeeping items in the Métis National Council bylaws. But then over the next year, we need to start having conversations amongst ourselves, doing some strategic visioning with the Board of Governors, the General Assembly, our communities, to find out what it is that the Métis National Council can be, what our people want the Métis National Council to be moving forward. With that strategic vision, we'll then pass it off to hopefully a committee who can reform the bylaws with that vision in mind and build a strong Métis National Council moving forward. But we needed to start somewhere, so tomorrow we just have some minor revisions to the bylaws to get us through that process. So I want to conclude, and hopefully this has given the IT enough time to figure out the video, by saying that what we need now more than ever is unity. There truly is a role for everybody in our collective nation building work. Collaboration and relationship must be at the heart of our collective pathway forward. We are a people who were born of relationship, and we are a people of relationship today. Wahkohtowin calls on us to center those relationships, to remember our responsibilities to one another that flow through those relationships. And relationships can be hard sometimes. We all know that. But nothing worth fighting for comes easy. And there is nothing that I would rather fight for than all of you, all of my relations. And I know you all feel the same way. That feeling is the sense of service that we all share, the thing that compels us all to be here, despite how hard it can be at times. That thing that unites us all in our collective journey forward. Service to each other, service to our Métis people, and service to our Métis nation. We have so much to be proud of and so much more to look forward to. And of course, we have a long way to go. A lot of learning, a lot of unlearning, a lot of building and rebuilding. But I know that we're going to get there. And I know that we will because we're going to do it together. We're stronger together. We are united together and in service to the entire Métis nation. And all of this has happened because of you, because of all of your contributions. So I want to say thank you to my Board of Governors, the presidents of each of the Métis governments, to all of the elected officials that sit around these tables, to our senior officials. Those people work so hard every single day, and they're collaborating behind the scenes every single day to make sure that we're working together. So thank you to all the senior officials. Thank you to the Métis citizens over this last year who have reached out in support of this new direction that we're moving the Métis National Council. We are rebuilding trust with Métis citizens day by day, bringing people along, creating space for more people to move us forward. Thank you to the entire Métis public service across the Métis homeland, those people who are on the front lines delivering programs and services to our Métis citizens, keeping our families strong, healthy, safe. Thank you to them. And thank you to absolutely everybody in this room, everybody who has pulled together to make this happen. I cannot wait to see where we go in this next year. Thank you so much. Take care. I love you all.
Thank you. Thank you, President Caron, for your address. We will get a big wave from the back corner. If the tech is available for the video, we're ready to go with that. We're going to move into a video presentation, and we're going to have some words from one of our elders.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me back there?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, my president. You got me in trouble again. And I also honor my own president, Audrey Potra. My heart is so full right now to hear our president be the strength, have the strength and the courage to speak out. It's about time we had a leader that taught us in a positive way and encouraged us and always remembered who we are. I always, when I was a kid, my mother and my grandpa, Pierre Mercredi, Stan Mercredi, we were hidden then. I was just a child. I was in the 30s. And we had to hide. As I got older, my dad said, oh, someday we will have a name. We will have an identity. But don't you dare sit there and let everybody else work. The Métis, and you know yourself, are strong people. They're survivors, hard workers, but most of all, they loved. I remember as a child how much we loved, respect, honor, how we looked after the elders, how to be kind. I never forgot that, although the nuns tried to take me out of it because everything they taught me was wrong. But I have a heart of my own. And my dad and my mom, they'll always honor their memory. It's been, as today I was listening, I was choking up and I was looking to see how far we advanced. I've been here before. I've been to some meetings, quite a few, and I met quite a lot of you that I loved so much. I learned from you. You took me to meetings, and I learned how to speak for myself and to make my own choices. And that's what they taught us. They took it away from us. But I take credit. First of all, I honor the survivors. The residential school, who taught us so much, hurt us, planed us, and everything. But you know what? And we're still here. I honor those survivors because we're still here. It's their strength and devotion and what they were taught by their parents. And they kept it. And today I'm still learning. But you know what I love most? Is seeing a smile and seeing people smiling, hugging. I just love hugging. You know, it's warm and we belong. We belong. I have a Métis card now. I have an identity. I had nothing. You used to make me laugh. You don't laugh at me and say, oh, you're nothing. Nobody wants white ones. And the Indian didn't want you. So you're just useless. Yeah, we got something to say, don't we? We're still here, but we're moving forward. We always did. From about 50 years ago, it was just coming out slowly. And then when I moved in 1966 to Grand Prairie, I met this woman and said, oh, I had my kids. I said, oh, what kind of Indian are you? And she said, and I said, no, I'm Métis. Never heard of it. Bang my head. I thought, oh, someday you'll learn. And she did. She works with me now. The pride, the honor. Our grandparents suffered. I know my grandparents, my dad, they worked hard. You know, I always said that I never saw a Métis that was ever lazy. And I believe it. And where we are today, I'm so proud and so honored listening to all of you here. We all have the good idea. Your hearts are here. You wouldn't be here working if you didn't count for it. It's very important to your children, and you're honoring your parents, and then to have your own people. Like, I feel so honored. Those old days when we were alone are not there anymore. We're all together. We have learned what each person gives us something. There's some wonderful opportunities for us. But the main thing is we know who we are. Never hold your head down. Hold your head up. Your heart strong. And our Métis Nation is surviving forever. It will be for our children. And I love you. Never, ever be afraid. When we were in a convent, we were not allowed to say it. They didn't know what we did, though. But we taught the others that never knew the word love. Some of those kids were born right there and never knew. 17 come out, some of them right away, suicide. I remember everything, but I learned to forgive. And that's the most important thing our Métis people know. We know that every one of you, I know, I've been there. I'm a Métis and I know how every one of you, how you feel, how proud you are now, how far you've come from, step by step. Yes, we are surviving and better. And we will. With my whole heart and soul, I know our Métis is forever. And I believe that. And to have a young president.
Not that young.
But she has her heart, her feelings. I can just read it when I first met her. She was so sincere. And you know what? We need a strong leader. We have one. We've had one. And each one of you in your community has your leaders. You have some elders. And I was in BC. I think about 10 years ago, and we went for a meet the elder. And it was the most beautiful meeting I ever had. It was beautiful. And they were laughing and joking and everything. And I remember distinctly with someone in BC, there's some gentleman, I don't know how old he was. I mean, we're just young anyway. So, but he said, I could tell you a true story about the Métis in the 30s. He said we had a small community. And he said, the priest used to come, we had no church. But the priest used to come twice a year, in the spring and Christmas. And he always sent an altar boy ahead, so he could tell everybody the priest is coming. So the biggest house, they took everything out. So it could have a mass. And so one day, another altar boy come up. But that guy, this guy was a fiddler. So the elders cleaned up, made food, and they danced all night. They were so happy. Next morning, the elders got up, got everything ready, and a priest came in. Altar boy was sleeping. The elder said, Father, you want us to wake him up? He said, no, let him sleep because he had a long day. So he slept on. Everybody come in church. And all of a sudden, then, so the priest gets up. Dominus vobiscum. Altar jumped up, grabs the fiddle, element left your corners all. That's from BC. I love that. I love that because our people like to laugh. You all know that. And it's so wonderful to be together. I feel like sometimes I can't speak. I get too emotional because I'm very sincere about our Métis, my heritage. I have a name. You know, not how many of us and our parents hid until it was the right time. And I'll never, ever, ever forget our leader, Louis Riel. Let not his death be in vain, because we are, and we thank you. We'll always thank you. November 16th, we'll never forget. My people, I love you. And you know what? There's a lot of wisdom in all of us. We learned the hard way. And then I admire and respect so much for everything you've done so far, because I know what it's like. And what the help I got, I'll never forget either. And when we help each other, we'll be together. We're strong. We'll always, always move forward because we are the Métis Nation of Canada. Thank you. I love you all.
We'll thank the elder for coming up and grounding us and reminding us who we are and where we come from. And we'll move now into the video. We have anticipation now. We'll have some critics review this later tonight at the dinner. And we'll move into our video and we'll see our year in review.
Tomorrow is September 30th, second annual Day for Truth and Reconciliation, the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. So we're here in Cross, Saskatchewan. I was invited by the Circle of Elders and Survivors to come up and spend the day with them tomorrow to commemorate this day. And I absolutely right away knew that this is where I needed to be on September 30th, which is a critical and important day for Canadians to learn about the history of residential school, but it's also the 1-year anniversary of my election into this role as the president of the Métis National Council. And of course, what comes first, though, for me, and always has and has been at the forefront of this entire year, is the work that we have to do to get recognition for Métis residential school survivors, to recognize that they went through the same thing that First Nations and Inuit students did, that there were schools that existed to take their culture away from them, to take language away from them, to take them away from their families, to take love away from them, and that these students and these children and now survivors of residential school, they deserve justice, they deserve recognition, they deserve healing, and they deserve to move down pathways for reconciliation in ways that they want it. And so that's what we're here to talk about tomorrow, to spend the day to honor those survivors, to remember the children that didn't come home, and just really proclaim to the world that we are still here. We are proud to be Métis. We have our culture. We are revitalizing our language and our traditions, and we love who we are as Métis people. And I couldn't think of a better way to honor September 30th.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder if I could get you to take your seats again. We do have an announcement from the electoral committee. Mr. Barner?
Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare Cassidy Caron the president of the Métis National Council with a vote of 25 to 15. Cassidy, if you want to come up and give a speech.
Wow. Thank you. Yesterday, we turned a new page. And today, we begin a new era. One of accountability, of transparency, and of governing on behalf of the entire Métis Nation.
It's something that I didn't even see coming, really. I still reflect on it, and a year ago both feels like it was yesterday, and it also feels like it was eons ago because we did so much work this year. But I reflect on that day, and I reflect on the days leading up to the election, and thinking about, the Métis Nation and the future of the Métis Nation, and talking to community members and to elders and to my family about what is needed for the future of the Métis Nation going into the election. And we talked about, the people who could possibly take on a role to bring us forward in a good way, to bring us forward in a way that respects one another, that respects each other's jurisdictions with the Métis governments, to respect Métis democracy, to rebuild relationships. And seconds after my election, we hit the ground running. We went into a Board of Governors meeting. We started to identify the things that we needed to do to move forward, and we haven't stopped. On that day, in my election speech, I talked about 3 things that I thought were needed and necessary to move forward in a really good way. And I talked about, we need to respect Métis democracy. And what's the work that we have to do to respect Métis democracy? We need to work together. We need to respect the Métis government's jurisdictions, especially in this time as we move towards self-government. Understand that the Métis National Council is not a government, but a federation of Métis governments where we can come together, we can work together to identify the common issues, those sticky and tricky issues and priorities that we need to move forward with one voice together. We need to respect that. You know, we also talked about needing to restore integrity to the office of the president. And, you know, that's done in so many ways. And I think that's really just done by trying to be a good person, to bring in as many voices as possible to the conversations and the decisions that need to be made to move forward in a good way, to create space for opposing opinions, because that's where we grow. That's where we learn from one another. And another thing that we talked about on my election day was rebuilding relationships. And that was extremely critical in this last year. We need to rebuild relationships between one another as Métis people, between our communities, between our Métis governments. But we also need to rebuild relationships with the federal government to show them that we're here to work in partnership for the betterment of the Métis Nation, but how that also translates into building a better Canada for everybody. And we also need to rebuild relationships with the other Indigenous kin, like our First Nations brothers and sisters, and our relatives from the north, from the Inuit communities. And this year, there's been so many opportunities that have brought the AFN, the ITK, and the MNC together. And those opportunities have shown and demonstrated that when we come together, we are stronger together, and that we showed the world what we can do when we are united. And that happened, of course, when we were over in Rome, and that really set us off on a good foot. And into the future now, we know that there are things that we want to work on together, and I think that is critical to the Métis Nation, and it's critical to Canada, and it's critical to the world as we move forward.
Justice, healing, reconciliation. That is why we came here today. This morning, Pope Francis heard 3 of the many stories and truths that our Métis residential school survivors carry. However, untold numbers have now left us without ever having their truths heard and their pain acknowledged, without ever receiving the very basic humanity and healing they so rightfully deserved. That is nothing short of a travesty, both of justice and of conscience. And while the time for acknowledgement, apology, and atonement is long overdue, it is never too late to do the right thing. The Métis Nation has already begun the difficult work, but essential work, of hearing the truths that our survivors and their families carry, of understanding what substantive justice means to them, and of forging a pathway toward the lasting healing that our entire nation deserves.
So part of the work that we've done this year in rebuilding relationships with governments included not only the federal government, but provincial and territorial governments as well. We participated in a meeting with the Council of the Federation, which included the premiers from all of the provinces and territories across Canada. It was an incredible opportunity to get together, again, just to talk about the incredible work that our Métis governments are doing in advancing self-government, delivering incredible programs and services that are changing the lives of Métis citizens, but also trying to show them how we can draw the link between why that work is so important for the Métis Nation, but also for their provinces and for Canada as well. And it was just, again, one of those relationship building opportunities that we were sitting around this table, but we had lunch together. And now in the different provinces that I travel to, we have those connections that we can make with each of their premiers. They're going back, they're talking to their ministers about the work that our Métis governments are doing, and they're excited to talk about that. They're excited to find more opportunities to work together. And this is just the start. This is just the first meeting that I had with them, and I look forward to more meetings with them to show them all of that work that we can do. The relationship with the federal government, I would say, is very strong. It's very strong because first and foremost, I am so grateful to the presidents of each of our governing members who already have formed those really strong ties and relationships with the Prime Minister and the federal ministers of today. And so I really got to come in building off of that, and I'm so grateful for that foundation that we already have. You know, my relationship with the Prime Minister, I feel, is very strong. You know, there are definitely some issues that we need to continuously raise with him so that he knows that these are our priorities. But more importantly, it's those ministers who hold those files and how we can move those forward. I always listen to our presidents, to the community members that I visit with in each of the provinces to find out what those priorities are. That's how we're going to do this work moving forward. We can't have a national body if we aren't connected through our Métis governments to the citizens to be able to advance those priorities. And I think that that's really shining through in just regular conversations with these federal ministers. And I'm hopeful that we can get somewhere. You know, they have their own agendas, but we can find our ways to work with them through their agendas too. I think we can all work together. And again, it just contributes to building a brighter future for everybody.
I want to first thank you all for making the procession out here today to this absolutely incredible sacred land of ours. This grave here, I get emotional too, is the mass grave of many soldiers who died. They made the ultimate sacrifice for the Métis Nation. They fought for us to be here, to be proud of who we are today as Métis people. And we are here to make them proud. We also have to pay our respects to the women who supported the men who are buried in this site, the women who were over at the East Village, caring for our wounded soldiers, caring for our children while the battle happened here. This is the ultimate sacrifice for the Métis Nation, and for you to be here to honor these men and those women and those children who fought for us. This is why we come to Batoche every year, to do this pilgrimage. We need to take these moments to remind ourselves of why we do the work we do, why we do this fight. These men fought for us. They did not fight against each other. The fighting against each other happened as soon as the battle ended. When the government came and had us sign papers to say, I didn't fight in that battle, but my neighbor and my brothers did. That's when the fighting amongst ourselves happened. And we need not forget that we came here to fight for our families and for our rights and for our land, and so that we can raise families to be proud of who they are. And that's happening today. And I can't help but imagine that the ancestors who lie in these graves and the ones who are buried in the unmarked graves on the periphery of this cemetery too. Not everyone is recognized with headstones, and we need to pay respects to all of these people and the lands that cared for our people. I'm so proud that we were able to get those lands back, and our ancestors would be proud. So remember the feeling of being here today. As you continue to play such an important role in moving the Métis Nation forward, remember this day, remember these feelings. Smell that fresh air. Bring that into your heart and move the nation forward the way that our ancestors wanted. Thank you.
What has been your favorite part about being the president so far?
It's absolutely, it sounds cliche, but it's getting out into the communities and meeting with Métis citizens. And, you know, since I was a youth minister at Métis Nation, British Columbia, since I was a kid growing up within the Métis Nation and visiting my homelands of Saskatchewan, it's always been about building relationships, making connections everywhere you go. And since being in this position, I've seen people who I've formed relationships with throughout my entire life, but also getting to build new ones. And everywhere I go, I love to just sit and listen to the stories that Métis people have. Listen to the stories that they have from the past, to hear where we've come from, to hear their hopes and dreams for where we're going to go. And, you know, of course, there's always a lot of laughter. And that's what gets me through every single day is the hope and just the joy that Métis people have for being Métis, for knowing that we're progressing and that we're going to get to a time in our lives where we can raise our future generations to be proud to be Métis, that people will know what it means to be Métis, and that there's no question about why they're so proud to be who they are. They can speak their language, they know where they come from, and they know where they're going. And you know, you see that reflected in all of the conversations that I'm having with Métis citizens across the homeland, and that's by far my favorite part of doing this work.
Thank you very much. So we are at our lunch break. We're a few minutes early. Just a moment. Just a note for the resolution committee meeting for lunch in Salon B. So that space looks like it's been saved for your meeting. And of course, we'll be looking forward to your reporting after lunch. So Salon B. Okay. And we'll be adjourning then for lunch, and we're returning at 1 o'clock. So I'll see you all at 1 o'clock.
I wonder, I wonder if we could maybe have a blessing now before we eat. Maybe we can call upon one of our elders to say a blessing for lunch.
Do we have a volunteer? Could we ask one of the grandmothers to say a blessing for our lunch? Josie?
No tawinan. We do have a lot of blessings. It's been so wonderful to just sit here and listen to everything, hearing about transparency, hearing about uniting. That is so important. Now, true it is that one person cannot do it all. We have to get together, continue to work together, because that is the only way it's going to work. We have been going on endlessly for many years, feeling we were displaced. And me remembering in my community many years ago hearing, Apitay Gusan. So what does that mean, Apitay Gusan? You were like half a person, half of what? That became a question in my mind. However, today, ninanas ko man no tawinan, epemamo yakuta. Kaweska ginagawa tanan no tamak. Minatawita mago iyak. Tanchagawa tatise. At tuske panik. Tamamay wichi tuak pugo. Iskeni ten maga kagdige. E wichip montem iyak. Pugo iteka etuteak. Pigotagista gitayan. Epewa wichi iyak. And so, Lord, we just offer our prayers to you. And thank you for all your blessings. In this we pray. Amen.
We'll see you back at 1 o'clock, folks. Enjoy your lunch. So it's just really us introducing things for the rest of the day. Sounds good. in the classroom cross their fingers. There's another practice of a woman I work with that works at the Banff Center, and when she works with politicians, she brings poker cards and has them at the table to make sure you come back from your lunch break. And look at that, we didn't even have to break out the poker cards. Everybody's back here. So thank you for your diligence. We just need one more document before we get going that we're awaiting so that we can go through this afternoon with a little bit of flow and for our president to return. So we'll just give you that little warning that as soon as this paper shows up and here's our president, we're gonna get started. I would invite the resolution committee to figure out who your speaker is and so that we can jump right into that right away. Okay. We're going to proceed because we can get that document for after the health break. So as you were previously warned, welcome back everyone. The lunch was amazing and delicious. I wish I could cook like that at home. Giving thanks for the food that feeds us and keeps us nourished and keeps us here, for the animals and the plants that were sacrificed for the lunch that we had. Very grateful. As you can see from your agenda, we have one addition. Resolution Committee will be presenting their terms. We had a couple of questions this morning from folks saying, could you please explain how the resolutions have to be brought forward and what that process will be? So we're looking forward to that presentation. Then we're going to go into the governing members update, La Femme de Machif Otipimsawak update, and the priorities reporting. So that will take us to the health break. Once we're at the health break, I want to let you know that there will be an in-camera session and there will be a legal update. So we are having an in-camera session. As you know, the legal update can't be information that's available publicly to everyone in the community, that there are confidential matters within that, and it will be up to the governing members to hold that information in confidence. And it's a very standard practice with law matters. You hear people do this all the time when they're working on legal cases. We can't discuss that right now. And if all the information isn't collected and more information is being looked for, all of that matters. So there will be an in-camera session. We would like you back here, however, for the banquet starting at 6 o'clock. And it is, cue the staff to tell me the banquet is in this hotel in a magic secret spot, and the first person to find it will win a prize. Gets to jig first. Okay. To be determined. We will get that information for you before you go, okay? So we'll look forward to getting that information from the MNC staff before the health break a little later today.
So then if we could invite whomever is speaking on behalf of the Resolutions Committee to, I see one member standing there. Is the committee ready?
Just a couple more minutes, please. Oh, sure.
All right.
We can also do it after the
That's a good idea. Should we jump in?
So what we'll do then, just to make sure we're using our time effectively, maybe we'll start then with the governing members update. And then once the Resolutions Committee is ready, we can insert them back into the agenda here. So perhaps we'll start with the Ontario, and that's a video by President Fro. And so if we could cue the video.
Bon après-midi. Good afternoon. I want to start by thanking the elder for the opening prayer, Merci, and to acknowledge all of our elders and senators. It's wonderful to see the grandmother elders with us this morning and to hear the importance of keeping our children at the center. What a wonderful way to begin our General Assembly. I want to acknowledge our Métis veterans and thank them for their service, and to acknowledge Métis Nation British Columbia who are hosting us. Merci. To all of our leadership who are joining us today in Vancouver and those that are virtually joining from home, to all of our citizens who are watching as we come together once again to conduct the business of the Métis Nation, welcome. It's wonderful to be coming together again, and I wish I could be attending in person. I am so grateful to the amazing MNO delegation that's with you in person. As many of you know, I was recently diagnosed with breast cancer and I'm undergoing treatment. I'm happy to report that as of yesterday, I have completed my 5th of 8 rounds of chemo. And this is especially timely as it's October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So let me take this opportunity to remind each of you to please book your cancer screening tests. We know that Métis people are at an increased risk and are less likely to book routine screenings. In fact, I had an op-ed piece published in the Toronto Star just a few days ago on that point. And I'm going to be speaking to this at an event being hosted tomorrow evening by La Femme Métis au Pemmiswek. It's been several years since we've had the opportunity to offer our governing member updates. It was just over a year ago that we had to go to court to force past leadership to call an assembly. And while one Métis government chose to leave on the eve of that assembly and election, all others remained. And we worked together to elect a new national leader and to restore governance finally to the Métis National Council. We came together, we demanded better, and we remained united in our collective commitment to advance the Métis Nation and to restore accountability, transparency, and respect to the Métis National Council. So let's just take a moment to acknowledge and celebrate the strength of our Métis governments and our people when we come together. It's wonderful to see what President Caron and our small but growing team at Métis National Council have done in just that short period of time, working collaboratively with all of our Métis governments. Together, we've worked to restore governance and restore the role of the MNC as a national institution that fights for and supports our Métis governments, to restore relations not just with governments, but with our First Nations and Inuit relations, to raise the Métis Nation profile not just here in Canada, but literally around the world, to restore processes like the permanent bilateral mechanism and all the work we've been doing together under the Canada Métis Nation Accord. President Caron, congratulations on an incredible first year as national president, blazing a trail that is clearly rooted in culture and community. And congratulations to all of our Métis governments. This success is not about any one of us as elected leaders or any one government. It truly is about our collective commitment to good governance and to our future generations. It's wonderful to be working together with all of you and the MNC again, from attending each other's annual general assemblies to meeting together and celebrating at Batoche, to collaborating on the important work of truth and reconciliation, including that delegation to the Vatican and this past summer's papal visit. And it's been exciting to see what our sister Métis governments have accomplished over the last year. I want to congratulate the Métis Nation Saskatchewan on their work to engage federal ministers through their lobby day and on the amazing achievement of having lands at Batoche returned to the Métis Nation. Congratulations as well to MNBC for securing research investments to gather stories of Métis in British Columbia and for your educational institute. And I also want to acknowledge Métis Nation of Alberta for the incredible work that's been done to get you to your important vote on the new draft M&A Constitution that's coming up in November. Well done. Collectively, we've also been telling the stories of our people and sharing the common threads from across the Métis Nation, from giving voice to the experiences of Métis survivors of residential schools and day schools, to championing a new generation of storytellers to ensure the Métis people are known and heard. And on the point of telling our community stories, I've asked that copies of the article Rivers of Resistance, which tells the history of Métis communities in Ontario, as featured in a recent issue of Canadian Geographic, be shared with each of you. It's a powerful story that was researched, written, and illustrated by 3 talented MNO citizens. It includes the history of MNOs and, by extension, the Métis Nation's hunt for justice in the Pally case. It profiles Ontario's historic communities and the voices of several citizens. And it includes a pull-out map showcasing the history of Métis communities within Ontario. We have proudly shared this piece with elected officials, and we continue to build on this great work as we prepare to launch the Pally Institute, MNO's long-awaited Métis educational institution. This past year has been an incredibly busy one within the MNO. We've continued to navigate our way through COVID, and from the news reports, we're in for further challenges this fall and winter. We've held numerous leadership town halls and all citizen town halls throughout the pandemic to ensure that our citizens are receiving updates on the work of the MNO, including self-government, but also to ensure that they're receiving accurate information about COVID, vaccines, and what we can be doing to protect ourselves and our loved ones. And throughout the pandemic, we have seen significant need among our citizens. Thanks to the support of the federal government as well as the province, we've been able to offer a host of additional programs and services based on our community's needs, enabling us to transfer millions of dollars directly into the hands of our citizens who have been struggling to take care of themselves and their families. Looking forward, we continue to see food insecurity, mental health, and harm reduction supports as continued and pressing priorities for our citizens. Frankly speaking, we are approaching a crisis. Just looking at M&O's mental wellness program alone, as we've come to know today, delivering direct, distinctions-based Métis approaches to care to over 1,500 clients already at only halfway through this reporting year. That receives half of its funding from the federal government. And this funding has not only helped us to meet more needs of the communities, but also allowed for some real innovations, such as our intensive community-based addictions treatment program pilot project, such an exciting project. However, this funding ends in 2024. And when it comes to issues like food insecurity, there is no existing funding to support this. Moving forward, it is essential that we have sustainable, long-term funding opportunities and a distinctions-based approach that will allow the Métis Nation to maintain the level of services our communities have come to know and trust, as well as to build further capacity so that we're going to be able to compete alongside other Indigenous nations and organizations. These needs are not going away. It's clear that our runway to recovery from the pandemic is going to take much longer than the general public. When it comes to branch highlights, there are simply too many things to mention, that things that are coming out of our hardworking M&O branches. So I'm going to just take a moment to reference a couple. This year, we're conducting the first ever M&O-wide housing census, reaching out to all M&O citizens. And this is going to help us understand their needs and priorities at a time when housing affordability and safety is more important than ever. We've also been pushing to advance work on issues involving the environment and climate change and Métis stewardship of the land and waters. And we are hosting our second climate change forum this November. We've worked hard to keep our citizens and communities connected over the past year, in spite of the challenges of the pandemic. We've been busy supporting connection through various cultural camps and other programs, engaging citizens of all ages, from early learning camps for the very little ones, to the Rassemble Nos Vieux, Gathering Our Wise Ones program, a weekly online program for our seniors. And our advisory councils, the M&O Veterans Council, M&O Women's Council, M&O Youth Council, and our Two-Spirit Working Group, which is transitioning to become a chartered advisory council, have also been extremely busy hosting strategic planning events and very, very successful leadership forums. And we've been leading some important training as well. With the support of our Two-Spirit LGBTQ+ working group, we've hosted training for Métis youth, staff, and leadership to learn about creating safe spaces for Two-Spirit and LGBTQ+ citizens. And thanks to La Femme Chif Otipemisiwak as well for hosting a training session for M&O leadership on gender-based violence, introducing the Métis culture-based GBA Plus tool, which we're going to be talking about and exploring further over the coming year. There is a lot of information to share, but very little time. So allow me to focus on one of our key priorities, advancing Métis rights. We recently hosted our 29th annual General Assembly this year in Toronto. It was wonderful to see representation at our AGA from almost all of the governing members, including Presidents Caron, Patra, Smith, and Omanaho. Thank you all for sharing in our gathering. It was a historic moment when Mayor John Tory apologized to the entire Métis Nation for the role that the City of Toronto played in the Northwest resistance. One of the important resolutions we passed at our recent AGA focused on advancing our path to self-government and ensuring a coordinated M&O-wide push for Canada to deliver on its long-awaited promise of federal recognition legislation in support of our historic Métis self-government agreements. And we'd invite all Métis to join in that push. Another resolution focused on the successful completion of our registry review in 2021 and the What We Heard report that was published last summer, flowing from the consultations on the review. Based on that report's recommendations, our citizens in Assembly overwhelmingly voted to proceed with a province-wide plebiscite within the next year to determine our next steps to address the issues raised through the review, including finally addressing the issue of incomplete files that don't meet citizenship criteria. The M&O is moving forward in implementing our Métis self-government agreement and advancing on all of those pillars of achieving self-government set out in the agreement. And that includes working with our sister Métis governments on common issues, as well as a great deal of internal work to put in place a process that will engage every region and community as we build our M&O constitution. We're working hard to build capacity across all regions to prepare for full Métis self-government. And we're going to be taking these conversations about self-government out into every community, to every family and citizen. And continuing on the matter of Métis rights, we are very excited to see the MNC's Métis Rights Panel restored. Historically, we've done some excellent work together at the MRP to advance Métis rights, and we look forward to doing that work together once again. At our recent AGA, we passed a resolution to implement a whole of government approach to advocate for a federal Métis rights policy to address past wrongs and exclusions by Canada. We're going to continue to work with the revitalized Métis rights panel, as well as our collective work pushing for a long overdue federal Métis claims policy. This is one of the top priorities for the MNO that I know we share with our sister Métis governments. We're going to be bringing forward a resolution on this to the General Assembly, and along with the Restored Métis Rights Panel, we will now have a space within the MNC to bring forward these priorities and support each other on this important work. Looking forward, 2023 is going to be a milestone year for the Métis Nation. For the MNO, next year marks the 30th anniversary of MNO's founding. We're planning a celebration to mark all that we've accomplished over the past 3 decades, and we hope to see each of you there. 2023 will also mark the 40th anniversary of the Métis National Council, marking a significant moment when we as a nation broke away from pan-Indigenous lobby groups and formed the MNC to represent the Métis people and our interests at a national level. Next year also marks the 20th anniversary of the Pali decision. And the spirit of that landmark moment in our nation's history was perfectly summarized on the steps of the Supreme Court of Canada by then interim MNC President Potra, who proclaimed to the entire Métis Nation, "We won, we won," when that court's unanimous affirmation of Métis Section 35 rights is released. Carrying that spirit forward, to commemorate the 20th anniversary of this decision, we've already begun planning a major event to celebrate our hard-fought victories and achievements in advancing Métis rights. And we invite you all to join us and to send a clear message from across the Métis Nation to the federal and provincial governments that we work with that Pali was the beginning of Métis rights recognition, not the end. The MNO will be honored to host governing members to mark this important milestone. We cannot lose sight of the fact that these milestones were the result of our people's hard-fought battles politically and in the courts. And as we reflect on these seminal moments in our contemporary history, we cannot take them for granted. We must continue our collective fight for our rights and support one another in our efforts to protect, preserve, and celebrate our culture, languages, and way of life. We must continue to work to ensure that our future generations have safe spaces in our governance, that we have cultural spaces like Métis Crossing, Batoche, the Sault Ste. Marie Cultural Centre, the space at 100 Wellington Street in Ottawa, spaces where they feel welcome and respected, where they see their stories reflected and feel proud and feel at home. This work is about the dreams and struggles of our ancestors, our past leaders, our fighters, our families. It's for our children and grandchildren and all of those future generations of Métis. It's about more than one leader or one Métis government. It truly is about all of us. 2023 will be an extremely busy year for all of us. We are so excited to continue working with each of you and your Métis governments to continue advancing Métis rights and ensuring the voice of the entire Métis Nation is heard across the homeland. Merci. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you. We'll next turn to Métis Nation, Saskatchewan. You know what? Yeah, wherever it's comfortable for you, if you wish to come up to the podium here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Elders, grandmothers. Halos kaya miik, ni kimiutat na. Tapto po taguchita ko estantuhta ta kaya miik ka chumuigaste. Achumu nagapitai kapitai tantiuchi tansipisu pigia. Igunianus kaya mutaman. Huta kaisaya miik isto. Thank you for that. The veterans, thank you for being here. Dave, this morning, when you spoke your language, beautiful. Thank you. Pagamahamwe. Mio sinasabi na pia wawas kapia tantok tatu ya igo kimio asik. Igo kapipix kuya na nat ni gano tinia. Iktap mo wa manay sino wag tan sikay siktap mo ya ko. Igo say sino online live stream got the kantok tago ya ko. Governments, provincial federal governments tukta ko na nagaste. You know, niya mga nagatapas tamata may ko igwis kiniguya. Munyaw ayamuin. Mo nihiyawin Michif language, Dene language, Tayamia. We be chat on him stay kita awana nagia pikite mon no achik. Puguta kami muya. Tasuki muya tas ku de kwa se kuchitat. Duni taga kui pinigit kaya mit tutayamuin. Kawap ma ko governments province goes to federal government kau ichi organim gua ko inutin tukta gua ko gi no ki winda witama igwas tan si sip mo tata kitayamuin no. Kispinda kita pa tamig residential school, 60 school, apprehension cases. Tan sigi simsinawachi pitiguya matsun no gia no policy of the province of federal government. Anus kita taktap ma ko gituti min nawak. Tan sigi apiti suan si ko. Tan si suanita chigutaya munwa. Tan si suanita chigup matsunwa. Tan si suanita chig kaigo simi masko ay. Tan sigay suicho aganito chig. Kimamana wak, kipapana wak, kimusum na wak, kukumin na wak. Igwa gito asim na wak. Igwa stikusim nanak. Taimuti no mana distinction-based focus. Ha? Maguma. Makaguti. Kaya me chigik se kaya ma ha chigaste. Tantiu gauchi chigaste kiwe ga chumustago ya ko tan sigi piso pigi chik tan sibinigi so ga tagita chik. Yawan magawa pahtamik. Nimamichina na micha to niu tigani po yan tayam yan dayamun. Tapig ko yan tantuta ko sino gema tagan tuta ko live stream mo miwagan tuta ko mi chat wigin tuta ko na but mi chat tuta mo. Provincial government we sto federal government we sto mi na win tuta mo. Mai se won magien ho gagwix no mo ko tanto Mr. Gwanta gwi achik tagwin tuta ko awin nagian no. Tagwin tuta ko tan si tagwi sitos ka gwi ako asche. Tahtu sunias kay simigaw ya. Tan sumay gwi sa pachahan o wana sunias. Kitsawasim sinawag itchigo simnawag itche. Tan siwi sa pachahaya. Was kahiga na iktay sinim na wag taya chik. Iko tamami chikas che. Kaya pigit tayo mo na we must kawak that our language is strong. When I came up here, I thought about what I was going to say. I thought about my mother, my father. I thought about my siblings. I thought about my extended families in my community and in the province of Saskatchewan. You know, assimilation has been alive and well. We now have to move forward and be grounded in our ways, our identity, culture, values, and language. If we're not, we have missed the boat and opportunity to be able to strengthen ourselves as Métis people with a distinct language, be it Métis, Michif, or Dene, or any other language that our Métis people speak. I always say that, how do we begin reverse assimilation? It's a tough job to be president of your province, to be able to work with the directors, to be able to work with staff that have been taught in mainstream, and to be able to have that headspace in order how to deliver when governments say distinction-based focus and delivery systems. How do you do that? It's in our hands, in each and every one of us, to be able to recognize the fact that the people that have been governing in our provinces and at the federal level have a terrible record in regards to how they've treated our Métis people. The policies do not accommodate us. But as we begin these negotiations, each province, we have to put in the forefront our elders, veterans, our culture, our language, and our values. Try telling that to people that have gone to university. You know, I'm working with the University of Saskatchewan. We have a Boyer that works for us, Curtis Boyer, is going to be teaching governance at the University of Saskatchewan. We've signed an MOU. We have an agreement in our citizenship. But how are we going to do that? I went to speak to law students a month ago, and I told them, this is not where you're going to learn about Indigenous governance. It's going to be from people that are sitting in front here. In regards to the stories they tell, in regards to where we're from, we've been butting heads too long with governments, institutions, industry, and so many others. We are in a position now to be able to move forward and be very focused on our provinces in regards to what we do. I can tell you with the monies that we get in regards to housing, 300 individuals, first-time homeowners, we just, again, put another $4 million to repair the Métis homes right across our province. And the week before that, we put in $2 million. In less than a week, it was gone because there's a lot of need out there. But if we don't speak and engage with our people to be able to better understand in regards to how those delivery systems are going to work, then we've missed the point. Igumana to kigui gawi tutama kutagawi agigui chimaya tan siti si tutamak igumiche to nagagui chimaya kawiyak kutagigui miigwe tan siti si tutama muigwe sa tuski mga ma. When we deliver something, it's based on the feedback that we get from our people, not from people that have gone to university or worked for the provincial or federal governments for many years in how to deliver. And people might say when I'm standing up here, people might wonder, well, he's criticizing all these different things. Well, why are we here then? We're here to represent our citizens. We're here to deliver distinction-based focus and delivery systems. Why do we have high number of incarceration? Why do we have a high number of apprehension cases? Why do we have a high number of suicides? Where is alcoholism and drugs play a factor in our communities? Because the system hasn't worked. So when we talk about reconciliation, to me is a weasel word. That anybody talk, we can talk about reconciliation here in this room, and everybody goes away, feels happy. Well, I'm not. Because reconciliation, if you really want to address it, and the people that support us as governments, is to be able to believe and trust us that we can deliver. Reconciliation is not waving a magic wand, but actually doing the job that needs to be done with our communities. Because when those 300 homeowners are proud to be who they are and to be able to own something, or to be able to repair their homes or be able to go to school, 2,000 people in the last 3.5 years have gone to post-secondary and now looking for careers at the university or industry or in our own governments. We've had 24 students that we hired this summer, and it was beautiful to see in regards to how they saw the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan, where we started nothing, like we started with nothing with the Métis National Council, rebuilding it, making it something. Well, we were no different in Saskatchewan in regards to where we started from. Having only my cell phone and my wife to travel, to talk to our people. Today, we have 3 offices. Today, we have close to 200 employees. And the delivery systems that we have and the engagements that we have through our ministers that are sitting here, delivering and speaking. Yes, we're slow in some parts, but we're just starting. And we've done quite a bit in the last 5 years. And I'm so proud of our council and our people of Saskatchewan that it believe. And I've always said the heartbeat of Saskatchewan is our registry. We've never passed 3,000 people in Saskatchewan. And today we're close to 27,000, even through COVID. The people of our province, our citizens in our province know there is change happening. Our young generations are the most important part of moving forward. It has to be. You know, I always say, I come from the University of Mississippi Tapigo. Where is Mississippi Tapigo? Well, that's where I grew up, in the trap line, with my mom and dad, my mushum and my kukum, and that's where I learned. But again, why do you have to say that, Glenn? Why do we talk about distinction-based focus if we're not going to talk about where we come from? How are we going to lift the spirits of our people and to be able to have our elders feel as if we're supporting them in regards to what they talk about when they speak in front of us? There's a crossroads in a turning point in our history in regards to how that's going to play out. And if we don't, we're going to lose out once again. We cannot neglect the part of who we are. Because even with our directors, when I go to the office, people, oh, Glenn is angry today. I'm not angry. I might be assertive, but I'm not angry. I might have a right to be angry. From the time that I was a young child growing up in my home, the time that I knew that nobody's going to look after us but ourselves, the moment, the day that my community took ownership of their own lives, 99% of alcoholism in our community, until the day we said we're going to take it upon ourselves to be able to do the things that are right for us and address the issues instead of shipping people out of our community to other agencies and then they come back to the same environment that they left. I'm proud of my community. And I'm so proud of the Métis people across Canada. And I was asked that question by one individual in regards to how I felt about our Métis in regards to being left behind. I've never felt that way. The Métis people of this country have always stood up to the rights that they know they have, but more importantly, the opportunity that's available to them. And you've succeeded. We've all succeeded. But there's a time for governments to realize that if you're going to say reconciliation and distinction-based focus and approaches and deliveries, well, you have to listen to us. And we have to listen to our elders. We have to listen to our communities. Because if we don't, like I said, we lose out again. Our Métis footprint, the land claim is so important. The land that was given to us in Batoche, signed over back to us. Beautiful to see. This spring, we'll be breaking ground for Dumont Scouts, which is the young people of our province who are going to participate in Batoche with programming. And we're going to be breaking ground for 400 beds for people that are suffering through alcohol and drugs in Batoche, the land that we own. The economic development opportunities are available to us through the resources that we have, but we're growing and we're going to continue to grow. We have to start pushing and having people hear us in regards to what we do in Saskatchewan. There's 1,500 small businesses in Saskatchewan. If you take the over 300 homeowners. If you take 2,000 kids that are going to school on post-secondary, going to school, if you take all the dollars, our offices, in regards to the economic impact that we make in Saskatchewan, that is the story that needs to be told. That is the story that will change attitudes right across Canada when we start telling the real story of who we are, what we've done, and what we've accomplished. And we've accomplished lots. So for me, I'm happy to be here. But let's be focused on our provinces in regards to what we're doing, and to be able to have our national leader, our national president, and her team to be able to push the issues that we have in each province. But each of our provinces are in a different level, be it housing, childcare, education, whatever the case may be. It's not a competition when we sit here. Like the elder said, work together. Well, recognize the fact there's jurisdictional issues at the same time that we can share later on in regards to how can you support Saskatchewan, or how can I support Ontario or British Columbia or Alberta. That's the thing that will happen here as we begin to move forward. And we're showing the world that we can do it, and we will do it. And we have a great leader at the top to be able to, the story that you told, I hear it back in regards to the emotion that's attached to the on-the-ground stories. I feel the same way. We owe it to ourselves, we owe it to our citizens to be able to do the best job that we can. I always tell Canada, or the province, and the province, federal government, that if you give us the money that's needed to be able to do the job that we need to do in reconciliation, we'll get more results. Because when we do that, communities win. Communities are healthy. Our bigger, larger cities. And our provinces get to win. And overall, Canada wins. So let's not forget in regards to why we're here. Yes, there'll be back and forth in regards to certain resolutions. But at the end of the day, in order to be able to have the best plan moving forward, is to recognize that each province is independent to itself. And that independence creates information that's really important to the voice that we will have at the national level, to be able to ongoing basis lobby for us in Ottawa. That's what we have in Saskatchewan. We have people living in Ottawa every day connecting with the different departments. The ministers that we've met are so open to working with us, but they need results and plans to be able to support us. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. On behalf of Métis Nation of Saskatchewan, thank you.
We'd invite President Poitras to come up at this time as well.
Good afternoon, veterans, elders, leaders, family, and friends. I want to first congratulate our president, Cassidy Caron, on your first year in office. Amazing, amazing. And I also want to say congratulations on the installation of your grandmother's council. That is great. Yes. And your presentation and your video, just awesome to actually think about where we were and where we are now. So I just say, I look forward. You've kind of put us back on track. I look forward to us being able to really move forward once again. So thank you for that. If there's ever any bad news, I always want to start with the bad news first. So I just want to say to everyone, you know, as you probably know, we have a new premier in Alberta, Danielle Smith. Haven't met with her yet, so not sure what that will be like, but I just want to say over the last 4 years under the UCP government, we have not been able to get a meeting with the premier, even though, you know, we have harvesting things we were supposed to talk about. We have consultation, things we were supposed to talk about. There's been many things that we've wanted to talk about, and we have not been able to get together with our provincial government. The only thing that they've managed to do is send us a letter to say, and you'll be just amazed. You know, prior to me becoming the president 26 years ago, I was the director of finance at the Métis Nation of Alberta. We had a framework agreement that guaranteed us $1.5 million a year for core operations for our head office and our 6 regional offices. We've never had an increase, so that's, I think, 31 years. We've never had an increase, and we actually received a letter this year to tell us we were going to be decreased by $300,000. But you know what? That's something that I just want to get that bad news out because, of course, we have other places that we've managed to really move ahead. And I think for us at the Métis Nation of Alberta, that's what we're focusing on, is we still have lots we want to do. We still have support from different areas, and we will continue doing what we do. So now I'm going to talk about positives. I'll start with Rupert's Land Institute. Rupert's Land Institute, of course, as you all know, I've reported year after year on it, has been an amazing institution that we created for education, training, and research. And we still continue to provide 800 to 1,000 citizens training every year. Our endowment portfolio is now up to $31 million, and that's with partnering with 20 post-secondary institutions. And we have 2 internal endowments with our Métis Education Foundation for those areas that kind of fall through the cracks. We've also developed 5 foundational knowledge themes, sharing the Métis story for Alberta teachers to meet their quality teaching standards. The Michif Language Revitalization Project, both at Rupert's Land Institute, and our Vice President, Dan Cardinal, sits at the University of Alberta on a project there as well. And of course, I'm really looking forward to the next year with new post-secondary funding and of course, early learning and childcare funding. So Rupert's Land is doing very well and continuing to move forward. I want to talk just briefly about the papal visit. I was really honored to be able to attend with our survivors and our elders to the Vatican. I became part of the planning committee prior to going, and also the planning committee for the Lac Sainte Anne, the Musqueam, and the Sacred Heart Church when the Holy Father came to Alberta. I learned so much just being with those survivors and elders for that few days in Rome. It was an amazing experience. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. On residential schools, we're continuing to do some residential school projects. Many years ago, we started with a book, and our amazing elder here, Angie Crier, was one of the ones who came to us a long time ago and said, I'm ready to tell my story. I want my story to be told. And others then came along as well. And we did a book called Memories of Residential School. And that was in 2004. We've now picked up on that, and our Rupert's Land Institute has created an artistic mural and teachers' art cards that go along with it. The unveiling of that mural happened just a couple weeks ago at Métis Crossing. And we also have a residential school survivor coordinator that's continuing to record more stories, identify all the sites in Alberta, and creating a registry of children. I want to move on to economic development. Based on a resolution from our assembly way back in 2018, we're still moving forward on a lot of economic opportunities that were put forward that time. One of them is the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion. I now sit on a board of one of the companies that is going forward with a large group of Indigenous participation to purchase that pipeline if we can. And we're also working with a lot of locals in our communities on other economic development projects because, of course, we do know we need to continue looking and making sure that we are able to sustain our Métis government going forward. We have another agreement with Métis Nation and Parks Canada, and this is building on past agreements that we've done in Region 2 and Region 4. And this is a new project to establish a national urban park in Alberta. I want to talk a little bit about our youth and senior. Our youth, we have a youth council, we have youth coordinators in each of our region, and we have a youth department at M&A head office. And they've just been doing amazing work. Our nation is in good hands. They continue to have their youth and seniors conferences every year. They've now created a sports and recreation grant where they help our young people. It's the first time we've ever been able to have the resources to help our young people that need support to get into sports. They continue to have youth camps, both winter and summer. They continue to have their mental health summit, clearly for the youth in our communities. And the Alberta Métis Fest, which was a festival that we used to have once a year. It was used to be always in person, but during COVID, they took it upon themselves to say, we're not going to quit. We're going to find a way to do it. They had virtual for 2 years, where they brought all of our communities, videotaped them, and spent one weekend playing that for all of our citizens to watch. So it was amazing. And last year they went out in person again to Métis Crossing. And that was amazing. We probably had 2,000 people there, and our youth hosted it all. So I just say, congratulations, youth. You've done an amazing job. In the area of health, I'm really glad that that we're working nationally as well on health and health legislation. But within Alberta, we continue to do health research. We continue our cancer transportation program that helps our citizens be able to travel from communities into Edmonton or Calgary for cancer support. And we also have medical necessary accommodations where we have our apartments set up so that our families can stay there while they're in Edmonton. Housing has also been amazing, and I know, as probably all of you in each of our governments know, since we've had opportunities to sign housing agreements and health agreements, early learning and childcare agreements, it's really made a difference to what we've been able to do for our citizens. We have a new 11-suite complex that's coming up, and it's in partnership with our Region 6 leadership out in the Peace River area. They had some land, and we looked for resources, and now we're going to have an 11-suite complex coming up there very, very soon. And yes, thank you. And we continue work on our second family reunification program, and that's in Region 2. And that program is about bringing kids home, kids in care, bringing them home to their families and spending the time and the work that's needed to make sure that the kids are okay and the parents are okay. So that's an amazing program. We have a new 127 unit complex that's coming up in Edmonton, and it's focusing specifically on women and children. We've retrofitted all of our buildings with solar systems, our provincial office, our regional offices, some of our houses, our Apitigosan office building, our elders caring shelter in Grand Prairie. And we've also, just as you heard from Glenn, we've established some programs as well to help our citizens, and that's like repair programs, under housing, emergency program, rental supplement, mostly during COVID when our citizens were having a lot of challenges with keeping up with their rental payment. But I'm like Glenn, I'm very excited about the down payment assistance program that we created because we just had a review of it and we have 511 families who otherwise had jobs, but in their words to us, we never would have been able to save for a down payment. So as long as they could qualify for a mortgage, we assisted them with the down payment. And I know as a homeowner myself, once you're putting back to yourself rather than someone else, it's always a good thing. So that's been an amazing program for us as well. In child and family, we've tried many, many years to work with the Alberta government on creating a children's authority that would be supported by the province. We hadn't got too far, but now with the passing of Bill C-92, the MNA has been recognized officially as the Indigenous governing body for the Métis citizens in Alberta. And so we've set up an advisory committee. We've been picking up on all the past work done by over the years, developing the plan for our children's authority and going forward. And we're almost there. And I'm so excited about that, as well as I'm sure one of our elders that's sitting up at the front, Diane Ludwig, she always gave us heck for not doing more. So Diane, I hope you're happy we're going there. Yeah. There's just many amazing projects that I could talk about, and each of our regions are also doing. I just want to point out one, and we have our Region 1 leadership here, and they just took it upon themselves to look in their community of Lac La Biche, which is 95% Indigenous, and they created a homeless project. It's just amazing. Out of nothing, they went to the town council in the county and said, this is your problem and our problem. What do we do about it? They got some land. They now have 7 homeless shelters out there. They had somebody else build bunk beds so they would have places to sleep. They brought heaters in. It's just amazing to see what they did basically with nothing, just reaching out to partners from the past or to people who would support. They even have people who bring food out every so often to those homeless people. So I just want to say thank you very much, Region 1. You've done an amazing job. And we have a couple, as I see, dreams that have finally come true. And one of them is Métis Crossing. We just had our grand opening of our Métis Crossing Gathering Center and our 40-room lodge. We have opened a buffalo paddock, which is called Vision, Hopes, and Dreams. We partnered with a bison rancher across the road from us that also had a vision that he wanted to set up a park but didn't know how to do it. So between us and him, we finally figured it out, and it was just amazing to actually have the bison brought out, and we have elk, and we have percher on horses, and just to actually be able to be there and watch them. I know some of our council were there as well, to be able to watch them come out of those trucks and out into that pasture that probably hasn't seen buffalo for hundreds of years. It was amazing. We've also, out at Métis Crossing, we've worked with Alberta Health Services in the Smoky Lake area. We took over a care facility, 11,000 square foot, a 20-bed bedroom facility, and we're using it as housing for our staff at Métis Crossing. It was a partnership with the town of Smoky Lake, and so now we have a place for our staff to stay as well. We have a great partnership with the town of Smoky Lake and Smoky Lake County, which is right next to our Métis Crossing site, and we are in the midst of right now building a 4.86 milliwatt solar farm to be operational by 2023, and it's going to have enough power for both Métis Crossing and some of our surrounding areas out there. We're also building the infrastructure for star watching pods. This is certainly nothing traditional for Métis. But one of the things we always do is every time we do something out there, we say, what do we build that'll generate revenue? Because we know, based on our experience with our governments, they will never fund us for our operations. So we have to look at for something that will generate revenue. So we have, we have 8 star watching pods. They're those things with the glass ceilings that you can sleep under the stars. So we have 2 that are family with 2 bedrooms, and we have 6 other ones, and they are going to be completed in early 2023. So you'll have to come out and join us and sleep under the stars. And we also have some things that's in our next year's plan out there. And as I say, this is all a dream come true that we've finally been able to. We've had this in the plans for a long time. We are building an indoor garden to explore food security options. And we also have what we're calling our harvest house. It's a small scale harvesting operation. It'll be for full carcass utilization. We have small buffalo ranchers and beef ranchers that are really struggling with having to take their meat across the border. So we're trying to combine it all together and say we're helping them out, but we're also generating our food as well. So we're right in the midst of that right now. So that's our dream that our people have had for a long time, of having a place of our own that we could enjoy ourselves, but yet sustain it. And our second dream that I believe is finally coming true is our Constitution. It's been a long time coming. It's been a long time coming. And most recently, we established a Constitution Commission in December of 2019. We had community meetings. We had virtual meetings. We had internal meetings with our Elders Council, our regions, our Judiciary Council, all of our different internal bodies. And we finally got to the 3rd draft of our Constitution, and we took it to our annual assembly in August of this year. And it was passed by an overwhelming majority. It's not perfect, but it was passed. We are now taking it to what we call the ratification vote. We do believe that under the Societies Act that we operate under right now, we actually only need 100 people to pass something for us to move on to the next. But we do have over 56,000 citizens registered with us right now. So what we're doing is we're doing online voting, mail-in ballots, ballot box ballots. We want to have an opportunity for every one of those citizens that want to participate in the vote. We'll be able to find a way to do that. So that's happening right now. Our voting process is going to happen from November 1st to November 30th. And then we'll know whether our Constitution is really passed or not. And I'm totally looking forward to that November 30th date. We do seem to have a lot of support out there. Our leadership of the Métis Nation is doing an amazing job promoting it out in our communities. So we had a special meeting to postpone our election, which was supposed to happen in September of 2022. But because of our as close as we were to our Constitution, our citizens passed a motion to postpone our election till September 2023 next year, so that hopefully we will be being voted in under a different model, our own Otipemisiwak Métis government model. That's where we're at with it. In addition to that, we've set up a transition committee because, as you probably realize, when we were established under the Societies Act, so are all our regions, so are all our locals. And one of the things we're looking at there is we don't want anybody to lose anything that they've worked really hard on to establish over the years. So our transition committee is looking at how do you move from under this Societies Act over to this next body, whether that's with buildings you own, contracts you have, all of those kinds of things to make sure we don't lose nothing. So that they've got a big job ahead of them. And then we have a law group who is looking at developing the initial laws that we will need to do to move that new government forward, whether one of those first ones, of course, will be election laws and things like that to be able to move forward. So we've done a lot of stuff over the last year, and I'm looking forward to all the stuff that we will be able to do next year, not only in Alberta, but at the national level, because I believe we've all got a really good start on that as well. And I believe there will be lots that we will be. So I just want to take one moment to thank everyone, to thank Métis National Council, to thank each of our Métis governments, to thank in Alberta, our staff, our council, our citizens, all of those people who were all part of making this come true. And as our elders tell us out there, this is dreams coming true. So thank you very much.
So while President Poitras visits the grandmothers in front, I'll open it for the representative from MNBC. It looks like I think Vice President Walter Monroe.
You got off lucky, Hank. Usually I don't like speaking with notes, so I'm just going to set these aside. Again, my name is Walter Monroe, Vice President, Métis Nation, BC, as well as Minister of Métis Rights and Minister of Housing and Homelessness on behalf of MNBC. Again, I'd like to thank our elders, our grandmothers, our veterans for being here representing us Métis citizens right across BC. MNBC and MNC, Métis National Council, are probably, as well as all of us here, probably in the best position we've ever been in history. Right now is actually a great time to be Métis. We've had a lot of struggles over the years, as I've seen them happen. My dad was one of the very first vice presidents in British Columbia. It used to be the Louis Riel Métis Association, late 70s, early 80s. He was sat alongside a gentleman, which I have a lot of respect for, was our former president of the Louis Riel Métis Association and former vice president of the Métis Provincial Council of BC, Fred House. I have a lot of respect for that man, as he was one of our founding fathers. I watched gentlemen like Mr. Belcourt, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. House speak on behalf of Métis people years ago when I was younger. They had the struggles. They drove to governments in their own vehicle, their own gas, slept in their vehicles to get us where we're at today, to this table, to this gathering with all these people here. We owe a lot of what we have today to those past leaders that fought hard for where we're at today. I also want to recognize the women of the Métis Nation. We have I believe where we're at right here today, my kids, myself, my family, your families, we're all here because of the women of the Métis Nation. These were our sacred leaders. These are the people that led our warriors in battle. They looked after our children. For years and years, society has stated, women are at home looking after kids. my wife did that, and I'm proud of my wife. She worked hard all her life. She never had to go out to work in an office or work out on construction or anything, but she had a harder job than that. She had to look after the kids. She had to look after the family 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Whether you're sick, whether you're healthy, she was there to do all the hard work. I have so much respect for our women of the Métis Nation, for where we're at today. And again, I take my hats off to you ladies, and I would like to offer you another round of applause. Thank you. On that note, I also like to urge all the leadership within the nation to maybe move forward to help LFMO in their fight and their battle against missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in Canada. I think we need a stronger voice. I think we need a louder voice to start protecting our women, protecting our nation. I'd like to also take this time to let everybody know some of the things that we've been doing at MNBC. We managed to get to the table with the federal government. We are negotiating now on a self-government agreement. We do have a commitment from the federal government. Minister Miller did make an announcement at our AGM that we are in negotiations with the federal government on regards to our self-government negotiations. So they also committed to, at one time, give us $3.3 million for these negotiations. But then they told us we have to put in a report first. So we're working on that right now. So it's great to know that the federal government has given us that commitment to sit down and negotiate our self-government agreement with them. I take my hats off to our board, our staff, for moving this issue along. We are now further ahead on that than we ever have been in the history of MNBC. And we're sitting in a good place right now in them negotiation processes. So we're hoping to have this here. Our dream is to have this signed within the next 18 months. I know it's very, how would you put that? Ambitious. There we go. Thank you, sir. That's our great staff at work there. But we believe it's possible. With the help of our nation, and I'm looking at all of us here, with the help of our nation together, we can just about accomplish anything on behalf of our people. If we stick together as a group and stay strong, just like our past warriors that fought together, we can move mountains. And together we can establish self-government negotiation, self-government agreements, as well as rights right across our nation, right across Canada for all Métis citizens, and not just in BC, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Ontario, as well as Manitoba. But I think we need to all work together on this. I think we need to be strong. We need to have a solid voice to make sure that we all move together on the same level, at the same pace, and we recognize each and every citizen of MNC to have these rights right across Canada. We do have some programs, our housing, we do have a housing grant that we just established through our Capital Corp. MNBC has just allowed $1 million a year to go towards grant money for Métis citizens to buy their own homes. We have a rent subsidy program where we're giving Métis citizens up to $475 a month to help them with their rent. Excuse me. We also had done a lot of things with COVID to try to help our communities move forward. There's been a tough time where we couldn't gather, we couldn't meet. A lot of our families were struggling. But we're proud to announce that in the last 2 years, we've given an average of $200,000 to every community in British Columbia, the 39 communities that we have right across BC, to help them with their citizens in regards to food vouchers, dental work, rent subsidies, whatever they feel is necessary to help their people and their citizens in their communities. So we've allowed each community, depending on the population of the area, of up to $200,000 per community. And I think we've spent pretty close to, what, $5 million in the last couple of years on that program? So my hat's off to our staff on that. It's also a great time for our youth. We've had more youth involved in our nation and our politics than we ever have had. So we can be very proud of that. We can be proud of our youth being involved in every parts and every aspect of our nation and our growing of our government. We are proud MNBC to state that we do have a youth representative on our national board, on our provincial board, and who represents all the youth within British Columbia and has a voice sitting at that board. So I am very proud of MNBC for that aspect. I'd like to also announce the inclusion of our new CEO, Mrs. Colette Trudeau. In my mind, there wasn't any better choice than that for our nation. She's involved in our nation for the last 13 years. She's been working for us. Well, she's probably been involved in pretty well her whole life, but she's been working for us for the last 13 years. She's a Métis citizen, very brilliant, and she's started with us in the youth portfolio and moved her way up to be our leader. So congratulations, Colette Trudeau. We've also sat down now with our provincial government at the MER table. We are sitting in negotiations with them in regards to all aspects of our government, housing, children and family services, education, core governance. Our CEO has put in a request for $84.2 million to the provincial government on behalf of MNBC for all our programs and for consultation dollars. So I'm hoping we get at least 10% of that. But thank you so much for that, for our staff and for Colette for all that hard work. I'd also like to take this time to thank Dave Armit for the Métis veterans of British Columbia for all the hard work you've done on behalf of BC and all the veterans and ensuring that none of our veterans are left behind. And oh, sorry, I got a little. I'm just trying to remember the program. Oh yeah, sorry. Including making sure that our veterans are included in the second inscription of the Batoche Veterans Monument. Thank you very much for that, Dave, for not leaving any of our veterans behind and forgotten. We also attended the AFN assembly here in BC. What we're trying to do is build a rapport and a relationship with our First Nations brothers and sisters here across British Columbia in regards to helping us maybe move our rights forward, our recognition forward. We do recognize all the hard work our First Nations brothers and sisters have done on behalf of Aboriginal people in Canada. I think we owe a lot to our First Nations brothers and sisters for where we're at today. They fought a lot of battles before we came along to fight as well in regards to Aboriginal Aboriginal issues, dealing with rights right across Canada. I don't think we'd have the recognition we do have right now if our First Nations brothers and sisters never stepped up to the plate and fought these battles. We went and met a lot of the chiefs and councils in regards to the resolution they had put forward in regards to land entitlement for Métis land claims. We managed to get that taken off the floor, which is a great thing for the Métis Nation altogether. Looking ahead, our board would like to see us building homes for our people, security for our people. I have a little story that I usually tell in regards to housing. When we were kids, we lived in a little one-bedroom shack. 9 of us, mom and dad, 7 kids. 6 of us boys slept on a living room floor, and the living room was part of the kitchen. The whole house was probably 600 square feet. One little bedroom. That was the life we lived. CMHC put a program together for Aboriginal housing to allow Aboriginal people to get homes, to own their own homes. Life was tough when we were growing up. You know, with 7 kids, income was tough. It was hard on our parents. You know, there were struggles, and it caused a lot of animosity amongst our parents at times, just struggling in that way. But what happened is BC government put this program together and allowed my mom to own her own home. That was probably one of the most amazing things that ever happened for our family. It changed the whole dynamic of our family and our whole structure. My mom, my dad, you can just see how great it made them feel, how enlightening it was to them. It gave them a sense of self-worth, a sense of belonging, and itself an encouragement. Our family life changed dramatically for the better. Great things happened because of that one home, that one structure. And I owe that, all that, CMHC allowing us to have that home, to the development of our family. Me and my brothers, my sisters, we all raise our own kids now because of what we learned from mom and dad, what mom and dad taught us and brought forward for us. And I like to say we're successful. We're not rich, but we're content. And we know what love in the home means. We know what security means. I'd love to see this happen for all Métis citizens across BC that can't afford housing. I think we need to really emphasize that fact moving forward. Let's put our kids in houses. Let's put them in homes. Let's give them some stability. That's what we want to create in British Columbia here. We have a lot of programs happening in BC. With our STEPS program, we got a lot of education, a lot of people going through school. I think we had about 1,800 students this year that we've successfully put through class, through schooling and training. And we're hoping to even increase that number in the future. We have the Amelia Douglas Institute that we just opened up. We're hoping to build on that. Put some great historical items in there and a lot of our history. What I'm proposing as well what I will be proposing as well to our government and hopefully we do it across the country, is we need to have our elders, our historians going into the communities and speaking to our members, speaking to our citizens. There's so many of our citizens out there right now that don't know much about Métis history, have very little knowledge of who we are. How can we, as a people, celebrate our heritage, our culture, our history, our language, when most of our people don't want to know what it is? And I believe if we can put our historians out there, our elders out there to tell these stories and give this knowledge out there, it'll increase the ability and the knowledge of our citizens, and it'll also help our communities with volunteers once they know where we're from and what we're all about. So I'd like to again thank our elders here for being here and representing us for all these years. And I also like to thank you guys for all being here. Thank you very much.
Pretty good for a guy who thinks he's not a public speaker, hey? So while he's getting his support, I want you to all reach your left hand up as high as you can. Give your body a really good stretch on the left. Reach your right hand up as high as you can. Give your body a little stretch. Shake some of that silly out. Put your feet out in front of you and wiggle your ankles around. So I need you to stretch, but I want to keep your focus. I want to say the listening in this room is so high. It's so impressive. When you stand in front, you know if you're being listened to or not. And it's beautiful to see how many people are listening with their eyes, listening with their ears, listening with their body. Thank you so much. We're inviting Melanie Ominio to the stand here. And I just want to say something before you start talking, Melanie. You know, the women and the girls and the two-spirited family members that we have, we hear an awful lot about Gabrielle Dumont and Louis Riel because we come from a colonial history that doesn't track the work of the women. And we don't have those stories in our schools and in the books and in the movies. And it's really important because we can go around and collect all the data we want about who's missing and who's murdered and where the violence is. But until we can show our youth that there's more to our history than that women were sharpshooters, women were in those history pieces, women led all of that. We aren't going to have a full history until we do that. So with that, I would love to invite Melanie to give the report from the Femme de Métis de Pimswak.
Good afternoon, everybody. Is this working? So first off, I want to thank our grandmothers. With all my heart, I appreciate you being here. We have a grandmother's council at La Femme Métis de Pimswak. I work with many of these, even these elders here all the time. Am I doing something? My feet? I'm not moving them. Believe me. Anyway, sorry about that. I want to thank the Indigenous people on the unceded territory of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, as well as the Métis Nation of British Columbia. I'm sorry if I butchered your names. I'm not as familiar with some of the Indigenous languages here. But I do want to acknowledge their land that we sit on today to do these meetings. LFMO continues to be engaged on many issues, including the reconciliation agenda, healthcare legislation, UNDRIP legislation, and missing and murdered women and girls and 2SL LGBTQ. The needs of Métis women across the Métis motherland are expressed in an increased number of policy areas and forums, both within the Métis Nation, the Canadian government, and between the national Indigenous organizations and all of civil society. LFMO signed a significant, important declaration with the Government of Canada in August 2021. The Canada LMO declaration lays the groundwork to... Okay, goodbye, Mike. All right. We signed an MOU with Canada, and it lays the groundwork to further advance LFMO's priorities and opens the door to opening other federal government departments on a bilateral basis. LFMO has developed a culturally relevant, gender-based analysis toolkit that has been shared with the Métis Nation motherland in many areas. We've done workshops with the Métis Nation of Ontario. We've had our gender-based analysis presentation done with the senior official people so that they have an understanding of how different policies may affect the intersectional parts of our community, which includes the women, the children, the 2S LGBT community. And it's an important part of us moving forward so that when we're making policy decisions around things that need to happen within our Métis Nation, that it always has a reflection of how it impacts everybody in our community. LFMO is also developing now an intersectional responsive tracking and assessment tool to advance equality and equity. This tool will serve to validate the gender-based analysis tool that has been developed, because our tool is different than many of the other feminist organizations have tried to develop these, but ours is a culturally relevant gender-based tool that helps take into account all of the work that we do around our gender and what our culture means to us. We've done a lot of work around capacity building. And just to give you a good example, many years ago when I used to be here, there was only enough capacity for moi. And actually, I would tell you there really wasn't even that, because the only thing we ever got funded for, my friend Sharon Cadu here would tell you that all we had money for is to hold one annual meeting a year. We now have 16 staff at LFMO. We continue to respond to all the current things that are going on in our community and work on some of the trauma-informed toolkits and things that are needed for the kind of work that's being expected of us. And just I want to add there, we do not deliver services to anybody. Our job is to be policy people and help identify. We're here to support our Métis Nation in being able to provide and work with the citizens of the nation and all the citizens. So that's what our role is, and that's what we continuously work on, is making sure that we are a supportive part of the Métis Nation. Of course, one of the things that we've had to work on over the years and have probably been the most significant priority that we've had is trying to address the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. I'd love to tell you that there's been all kinds of developments and things are changing, but they're not. The governments are not standing up and they're not doing their job. And I know that it's going to take all of us, but without the attention and the priorities that are necessary to make change, women will always be treated like we're a disposable part of our society. And we Métis women are standing up and saying we're not. We've been funded now to begin starting an implementation plan on missing and murdered Indigenous women within our Métis Nation. We are going to be developing a committee with all of the governing members that's supposed to start within the next month or two. That's going to help us, and we're going to start working on building data and strategies as how to address some of these things. We are working with many of the MMIWG families, and I encourage all of you to reach out to some of the families of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. They need the support. I really take my hat off to the Métis Nation, of Saskatchewan for the work that they've done with the Gallagher family. I know that we have supported the Gallagher family as well, but there's many of those families out there that really need our support and the trauma that they experience. We have a project called Yes. It's Young Métis Women's Leadership Training. And we have done our first cohort group, and our second cohort group starts in January, where we take Métis women, young Métis women who are from the ages of 18 to 30, and we're attempting to help build leadership within them so that they can carry on and develop either further education or maybe move forward with opportunities to be able to move through that glass ceiling. So it's actually I take my hat off to the U of A for this one, because they've actually helped us develop the curriculum. There's a lot of Métis specific curriculum within the program that was developed. And it's an amazing little program for young Métis women. So if anybody knows young Métis women between the ages of 19 and 30 that would be interested in our program, please tell them to get a hold of us. We try to do youth engagement as much as we can, because like I told many of our youth, I want them to stop calling themselves youth, because everybody will treat them like a kid, and they're not kids. These young people have amazing intellect, have amazing leadership, and have amazing knowledge to share with all of us, and we could all learn from them. So we need to start treating our young people and really including. It can't be just words anymore, guys. We've really got to put. Do you know that Cuthbert Grant was 23 years old when he led the charge and won the battle at Seven Oaks? We don't need everybody to be old people to come and demonstrate leadership. So the next thing that I would like to tell you guys about is about our 2S LGBTQIA+ folks. We have a group called Show Your Pride. We have received funding to help support at a national level to have a Métis National Committee, who is part of the Women of the Métis Nation and is the secretariat of them, who are going to be working on making sure that we include 2S LGBTQIA+ people in our community, and policies that affect them are going to be for them. And I want to tell you that being with Women of the Métis Nation for many years, more years than I care to tell you about, governments came to us and wanted us to be the voice of the 2S LGBT community. Well, how can I be the voice of something that isn't my walk in life and I have no knowledge of? And I always said to them, if they want to talk about Métis women, they needed to have Métis women sitting at that table. Well, the same applies to them. If we want to talk about 2S LGBT issues and try to understand what they need for policy and understanding and their issues in life, we need to have them at the table and to be their own voice. So if there's people that you think might be interested in being a part of our national secretariat, please let them get a hold of us. I know they're going to be having their own national gathering, and they will be coming forward with their own reports and their own voice. I want to tell you that the other area that we've worked on a great deal is health. I just presented at the Health Policy Forum last week and told everybody all about our great ideas, because lots of times, you guys, Métis women's health, and it's not just Métis women, all women's health seems to take a back burner to many things. But we've got some projects that are on the go. I know I'm working with Adele from the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan. We're going to do a pilot project on midwifery. We're hoping that all the Métis governments are going to be able to get a project going for midwifery. We're fighting and pushing to make sure that there's HPV and sexual healthy reproductive programming available for Métis women. And we would love your support as the Métis Nation government on your health files to be able to continue working in some of those areas. I know there's lots going on, guys, sorry. And I know that you guys are ready for a break too. Okay, so the last project I'm going to tell you about is Changing Tides. Changing Tides is, we had started a long time ago and we told you guys about a project called She is Indigenous. We've developed another segment of that project. They're out doing videos now. We're trying to highlight and show to all Canadians that as Métis people, we are significant contributors to society, and we hold a place of honor. And we need to start lifting everybody up and telling them about the proud moments and the proud people that are a part of our community. So Changing Tides is going around the country and taking videos of various people, part of the women, 2S LGBT, and everybody. And we are going to be showcasing the important contributions of Indigenous people in this country. The last little thing that I want to tell you about is we also, like many of you, have had to struggle through trying to change how we do things because of COVID. And so what we've been doing is trying to do Zoom engagements and all those kinds of things. We're tired of the Brady Bunch squares and we're tired of all of that now. So we want to get back to doing the work that women of the Métis Nation loves to do. So we put together the opportunity to have a policy forum this November for 200 grassroots Métis women from across the motherland. And within hours, we filled up. We're going to live stream that event. So people will be able to participate. We'll do an interactive live stream so that people can participate online, just like we're doing here. But it's going to be an opportunity for Métis women to have a bit of say and opportunity in how things move forward in the development of policy that affects and relates them, whether it's in justice, whether it's in health, whether it's a part of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, maybe it's part of the midwifery project. But we also want women's input on things like UNDRIP and health legislation and all those pieces of work that all of our Métis governments are working really hard on. We can kind of give reports around the things that Métis women might be bringing into those lenses. So we look forward to being able to do that. I'm sorry I can't take another 200. I wish I could. The place wasn't big enough, but we'll learn for the next time. Anyway, we're really looking forward to our policy forum. We're looking forward to our women, and we're hoping that early in the new year, we will be able to host our annual general meeting, because that's another thing that we've had to miss out on because of COVID. But we want to get back to doing what you guys are doing and being able to have public forums again. So I thank you for your time.
We're going to have the report next on the resolutions committee. I invite you to listen to the stories that you heard today. I'll tell you that in the work that I did with land management with First Nations across Canada, one of the things that happened when we brought all of those land managers together was that they started to tell each other, oh, well, who do you deal with Indian affairs? What do your laws look like? How did you get that going? And these 37 students that came together all of a sudden had this network that was quite magical that they learned from with each other. I spent the last few months in community in Saskatchewan finding amazing youth that I feel quite confident that our future's so bright and that we have lots of good things to look forward to. You know, one of the things that happens when you think, well, MNBC is just starting their negotiation on their self-government agreement, and you can think, oh, darn, and why did it take so long? But the truth is, some bugs have been worked out in the meanwhile around that. So it's not a bad thing. And you can see when you look at the numbered treaties in the country, how they differentiate because of the advancement in the negotiations as they went on. So working together is always the way to co-create, and including and starting with young people. And I think we've had many tributes to women today, and I think that that's really timely. You're figuring out the rules of engagement for your new Buffalo Hunt Committee, and we've got somebody who's the spokesperson, who's going to be the spokesperson for the Resolution Committee. Somebody has been voluntold, I'm assuming?
Tyler.
Yay, okay, Ty. Come on down.
I was voluntold.
I figured.
Yeah, that one's not working.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, and for those of you who can't remember, my name is Tyler Fetch. I'm the appointee from the Métis Nation of Alberta for the Resolutions Committee and the voluntold chair. So I'm going to read to you today some process notes that we've kind of come up with. Well, we adapted from 2018 MNC General Assembly Resolutions Committee.
Tyler,
Yep.
you need to speak into the mic because we're only hearing part of what you're saying.
Okay.
Sorry.
Ooh, that's better. Yeah,
It's still doing.
I can just yell. Try that one. Hello.
You want to take my seat?
Sure. I don't want to, but I will. You're
Take
very
my
kind.
seat.
You're
Take it
very
on
kind. All right. We have a wonderful president nationally. So amazing. Okay. So we had some rules that were made or drafted in 2018 by the Assembly Resolutions Committee, and so we adapted those for this year, just so that we had some consistency in rules across years. So the proposed draft resolutions are to meet the following criteria. They need a title, whereas clauses and resolutions included in the entirety of the resolution. We need both the mover and the seconder's full names at the bottom of the resolution. We also ask that along with the names of the mover and the seconder, that there is a contact cell phone number for each in case we have some questions that we need to reach out with. But we will remove those contact numbers when it's prepared for presentation. So if you're looking for examples of resolution formats, you can look back into previous MNC minutes. And both the mover and the seconder must be present when the resolution is brought to the floor, otherwise it cannot be voted on. Resolutions must be Métis Nation or Métis National Council in scope and intent. The resolution must not propose or require bylaw amendments or conflict with the bylaws, and must not require or direct specific financial commitments. If there is a deadline for the proposed actions in the resolution or a completion timeline, please include those appropriate milestones, such as start dates and end dates. Resolutions must be Word documents, so in a .doc file format, and provided as an email attachment or a file on a USB memory key. Please double check when you submit that your resolution was received by the person you're submitting it to. The resolutions committee member will make efforts to confirm receipt anyway, but it's always a good idea to follow up.
Excuse me, Madam
Yes.
Chair.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Tyler.
Yes, Minister Friesen.
It's very distracting with the noise in the hall. We cannot hear Tyler speaking. So if we can just refrain from visiting until our break, I think us over here will appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think so.
We can also try to figure out how to have a copy of this shared with probably the presidents or the vice presidents so that it can be shared within your group so that you have access to this so tomorrow goes smoothly. So we'll try to figure that out as well. Okay?
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so the resolutions are to be submitted to your resolutions committee member prior to the submission deadline. And resolutions will be then formatted, numbered, and collated for presentation to the Assembly. That deadline is 10 p.m. local time today. So you have until 10 o'clock tonight to submit those to your representative. Yeah, and if possible, the earlier the better. So that gives us time to review them in advance of that deadline. So that is everything that we've drafted. So
Just before we let Tyler go, because he is loving it up here, I can tell. How are there any details that you feel you're unclear on about how to do this? So for those of you who think they're leaving and on a health break and will come back to party at supper time, you now get to go to your hotel rooms and draft your resolutions. But I just want to make sure that you understand how to do that. Any questions for Ty before he steps down? Yes.
Would the individuals that are sitting on the resolution committee be able to vote on resolutions?
So we did discuss that. And we thought that, yes, they can vote, they can speak to them. The possible conflict might come in actually moving the resolutions as a committee member. So we thought that absolutely you can vote on it, you can speak to it.
It's fair because they aren't filtering the resolutions.
Right.
They're just providing format for the resolution. So it seems appropriate that they would have commentary. Likely there's expertise within that group. Is that fine with folks? Sir.
And just another clarification, if one of the committee members wants to move a resolution, they would recuse themselves from the conversation while that resolution that they intend to move is discussed.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Okay, thank you to the committee that had to spend their lunch hour putting that together. Much appreciated. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Now, while Tyler's getting down, we'll have Cassidy come back up. Just a couple brief announcements. First, the banquet this evening. We have the location. It's in ballrooms 2 and 3. So ballrooms 2 and 3 at 6 o'clock. I do not.
So again, you have to find it.
I believe there's signs. It's lobby level, I'm hearing. It's on the lobby level.
Okay, lobby level,
Ballrooms 2 and 3.
Half-breed ball, 2 and 3. Okay.
Okay, sorry everybody. Just before we go to the break, we just had a piece on the agenda called priorities reporting. I'll just be really brief. This basically can be found in your annual reports based on all of the policy priorities that the Métis National Council has been moving forward to date. Under tab, and in tab 4 as well, actually. There's briefing notes on all of the different policy areas that our staff have put together. So thank you so much to the staff at the Métis National Council, but as well to all of the technical committees that have been sitting, not only just this last year, but over the previous years too. Those technical committees have been meeting and working together to continuously move forward these priority areas for the Métis National Council, for the Métis Nation. We are really excited about getting back to the table at the permanent bilateral mechanism with the federal government. That process has led to extreme success for the Métis Nation. Since that accord was signed, the Métis Nation has taken giant leaps forward in being able to move forward on closing socioeconomic gaps for the Métis Nation. To date, the Métis National Council, your Métis governments have signed 7 accords with the federal government. So those are in housing, governance, early learning and childcare, post-secondary, economic development, skills and employment, and homelessness. we have a commitment from the federal government to get back to that table, to reassess our priorities and reset the priorities for this next year. The technical committees have been working. We have a lot of folks that have been gathering from each of your Métis governments to talk about these next steps. Where do we want to have opportunities to negotiate with Canada next? And we've landed on health, education, K-12, and economic development. That's not to say that we're not moving forward in a million other priorities at the same time, but these are the priorities that we will want to move forward with the federal government through the PBM table. That PBM table is there for us to move on those tricky and sticky issues where we can negotiate long-term funding, 10-year accords with the federal government. So for health specifically, the collaboration that's been done through the Métis governments to come up with the Métis Vision of Health document, that framework that guides our vision of a healthy Métis nation. We want to move that forward and negotiate a 10-year Métis Nation Health Accord. Education K-12, we want to move forward on proposal for investments, again, a 10-year funding, a 10-year Canada Métis Nation K-12 education accord with a lot of the different priorities that your governments are working on, with a lot of those areas that we're stuck on, but we need that support from the federal government on. And the last one is in economic development, talking about increased capacity to support economic self-determination, increased federal procurement for Métis citizens, citizen-owned businesses, and increased capital for Métis entrepreneurs. So those are some of those priorities that we hope to move forward. We have some resolutions that have been drafted to hopefully have your support and your mandate from the General Assembly to move forward on those. Again, at the same time, we're moving forward on creating awareness, talking about these priorities, all of the incredible work that the Métis governments have just reported to you on at so many different tables, including federal, provincial, federal, provincial, territorial, and Indigenous tables, where we come together with the ministers responsible for each of these different portfolios to talk about the incredible work that you are all doing. I just also wanted to take one quick second to make a wonderful announcement based off of the update that we just received from President Omenaho from La Femme Michifo to Pemisuak. The work that they are doing to include women and girls and that 2S LGBTQIA plus lens to all of the policy work that we're doing. It's only going to get better from here because we are actually moving into a new office space in Ottawa with LFMO. We have secured a new lease in downtown Ottawa. It's a beautiful space, close to Parliament, very accessible. We'll be working very collaboratively with LFMO in Ottawa, and that space is currently under renovation right now. And when we are able to open to the public, we can't wait to have all of you there in Ottawa to celebrate with us and share that space with us in Ottawa at our new home. So that's a very exciting time. And that's all.
I think that's a wrap. You get to go take a bit of a break.
One more thing. The banquet is in the ballroom 2 and 3. Says at 6. Doors are open at 5:30. Dinner's at 6.
Okay. So come early because
So
we'll
come
start
early.
eating without you. And so take a break, go outside, come back within 15 minutes. That was a long sit. Thank you for your patience, and we'll see you back in 15 minutes.
15 minutes, and it's
15
only
real
those
minutes.
voting members returning into the room. We will be entering in camera shortly after we return. So I've got the most recent updated lists.